Part 34. Restarting the Myth. Author, Fengchao Huang. Chapter 331. The end of magic is evolution, and God is also on the road of evolution. Who doesn't want to evolve? If you can get the direction of evolution, it is worth sacrificing everything. The Dark Goddess wants to evolve, but she is used to being high and mighty, and can't stand Wayne's condescending tone. She is thinking about treating, beheading, and accepting him as a dog. After completing the 3 steps, she will train Wayne to be her subordinate god. She has to say that she is very ambitious to take away the followers of the ancient gods and turn them into subordinate gods. Not surprisingly, everyone who struggles hard on the road of evolution, whether a legendary wizard or a demigod, has a strong and unwilling desire. The Dark Goddess is among them. Not to mention the distant ancient gods, the former father of heaven and the later goddess of nature, they all walked ahead of the Dark Goddess, and the pressure made her eager to improve and surpass the other party. The father of heaven blocked one way, and the goddess of nature blocked another way, leaving the Dark Goddess with few choices. She secretly cursed and politely began to invite guests. Wayne, I am willing to cooperate with you and exchange ideas on evolution with you. I have shown my sincerity before. Where? Anastasia. You gave me my people as a gift, and you call this sincerity? Wayne was disdainful and nodded, that makes sense, full of sincerity. The two of them took a step back and slid down the crooked ladder. With a good beginning, they all hoped to get a good ending. Wayne didn't want much, so he would delay as long as he could. 30 years east of the Tam River, 30 years west of the Tam River, don't bully the poor young. He held the Book of Greed, and sooner or later he would be on par with the Dark Goddess, and then he would get it back with interest. When he surpassed the Dark Goddess, he would let her give birth and she would give birth if he wanted her to. The Dark Goddess faced a more embarrassing situation than Wayne, and she wanted more. Wayne, you have shown your evolution. I am willing to help you keep this secret and not let other gods know. To show my sincerity, I can show you a shortcut. Really? Are you so kind? Wayne raised his eyebrows, suppressed his disdain, and said seriously, please tell me the direction, goddess, what should I do? I think you know that your strength and background are not worthy of your life level. You could be stronger, but unfortunately the resources on the God's chosen continent are limited and cannot make you stronger quickly, the Dark Goddess said. These words touched Wayne's heart. The resources he obtained were undoubtedly huge. Just throwing out a part of them could create a legendary wizard. It was just because the Book of Greed was too evil and had a big appetite, so it was in a state of hunger for many years. The Book of Greed poked its head out and complained that since it followed Wayne, it had been hungry for 3 days and 9 meals, and had not even had a full meal once. It was not as good as Little Wayne. What is Little Wayne? He is just a superfluous object. He is not even superfluous, let alone how aggrieved he is. This is the negative emotion brought by evolution, it is dregs. Wayne has always ignored it, and this time he pretended not to hear it. He is very righteous and attaches great importance to brotherhood. He can be hungry, but his brothers must be full every day. This is his principle of life. The resources on the God's chosen continent have been divided up long ago. You came too late and can only pick up some scraps. If you want to expand your foundation as soon as possible, you can only plunder, the Dark Goddess said slowly. The natural materials and treasures belong to the virtuous, and resources are allocated to the strong first. This is not called robbing, but the survival of the fittest, which is cruel but realistic and very straightforward. Falling behind will not necessarily get you beaten, but if you are behind and still guarding the gold mountain, then you will definitely get beaten. There is no need to find a reason, just make up an excuse, such as 2 soldiers are lost, and your door will be blown open with a bang. But if you are a strong man, it will be another situation. Not to mention losing 2 soldiers, even if the general dies or falls into the sea, there will be people on the other side to help you argue. This principle is not complicated, Wayne has a deep understanding of it. Not to mention the general, the second original is still right. For example, in Windsor now, why does the Queen wear black silk and wander around in front of Austen all day? Because of love? No, because there are many knights in the Landau family and more wild ways. Goddess, I understand all these principles. Let's be straightforward. Where should I go to pick up resources? There is one place in Windsor, and the Dark Church also has a lot of resources. I can give them to you for free, the Dark Goddess said. Forget about free. We are all allies. How can I take advantage of you? Wayne shook his head slightly, and then said, then, what is the price? Let my thoughts go. Wayne pondered in silence, and the Dark Goddess did not speak either, and the two sides froze. After a long time, Wayne said, I can release the thoughts in my body, but not now. The goddess puts too much pressure on me. We are not equal. There is no capital for cooperation. I can't have an equal dialogue with you. You know that we are not equal, and you still want to make conditions with me. Things are precious because they are rare. I am still valuable now, but it is hard to say in the future. In the future. The Dark Goddess did not agree. She saw that Wayne was rebellious and the difficulty of training him was far more than 100 times that of Austen. If she didn't control him now, she would never think about it in the future. After the two took a step back, they didn't want to step back again. Continuing to be awkward could not solve the problem. After some discussion, they each took a half step back. Wayne cut the Dark Goddess's mind in half, left half to suppress it, and returned the other half to the Dark Goddess as a token of sincerity. This part of the mind entered Anastasia's body and merged with the newly descended part of the Dark Goddess's mind. The pollution occurred in an instant, which surprised and delighted the Dark Goddess. She hurried back to the kingdom of God to study, and she felt that she could do it. After getting what she wanted, the Dark Goddess readily pointed out the location of the resources. Go find my Dark Knight, where he got the Twilight Despair, where you need to hide. I will let Anastasia help you with the resources of the Dark Church. She is my saint. No matter what impact she has on the Church, no one dares to say she is wrong. These words are very heavy, emphasizing Anastasia's status in the world, and also showing the Dark Goddess's attitude towards the Church. God doesn't care. Also, my relationship with Anastasia is much better than other goddesses treat their saints. Every time I descend, I can sense her desire for faith. What I did just now is nothing more than helping her realize her dream. Don't misunderstand my intention. The Dark Goddess guided, maybe you can help her correct her thinking and reshape her rationality again and again, but her most core needs are not met, the treatment effect will be weakened time and time again, and she will only become more crazy. If you really care about her, for her own good, you should properly satisfy her desires, rather than forcibly suppressing them again and again, making her fall into confusion and fear. Wayne listened expressionlessly, labeling the Dark Goddess as a nightclub manager. The goddess couldn't be so bored as to care about the nightlife of the people below. 9 out of 10 times she had other purposes. It can't be genetic information, it's too outrageous. Wayne raised his eyebrows and said, Goddess, you are right. In the future, I will communicate closely with Anastasia. In order to avoid embarrassment, please don't descend casually recently. Wayne advised the goddess to be quiet, otherwise he would change people at a critical moment, and don't expect him to stop halfway. Laughing to death, he would only pretend not to know and then increase the intensity. The Dark Goddess said it was no problem. She knew that Wayne would not do anything to Anastasia, so she decided to start with Anastasia. Such a beautiful saint, so pure, she didn't believe that Wayne could stand the test. This is a sure thing. After the Dark Goddess left, Anastasia stood there with horror on her face, her eyes flashed, and she didn't dare to look at Faith. She heard everything just now, and hoped that Faith would stick to herself and not give her excessive orders, otherwise she could only obey orders. "Don't panic, my promise is still valid. I'll do an operation on you first to see why she can succeed every time she descends." Wayne dragged Anastasia into the pale nest, broke up her mind and body, and reorganized them. After repeated inspections, he could not find the coordinates left by the Dark Goddess. This time it has nothing to do with the strength of evolution, it is purely a matter of personal ability. If you want to find the coordinates and move out, you can only wait until 30 years later in Tame River West. Looking at the pitiful Anastasia, Wayne felt pity. "Thank you for your hard work. You are caught between me and the Dark Goddess. This retribution should not belong to you." Anastasia was moved. After a moment of hesitation, she said, "My belief is that the Dark Goddess will not give up until she achieves her goal. Instead of letting her conspiracy succeed, we might as well take the initiative to break the situation and prevent her from succeeding." "What do you mean? In order to prevent the robbers from killing the hostages, we should kill the hostages first?" "This is too. Oh, you are really a hairy girl." Wayne couldn't complain, and waved his hand to reject Anastasia's proposal. He would be responsible for dealing with the Dark Goddess, and Anastasia just had to stick to her heart. Anastasia sighed in her heart. She finally mustered up the courage to speak, but was ruthlessly rejected. Happy Faith only felt sorry for her. It was a good Faith. Lost her charm was not enough, and self-love only made her a laughing stock. Wayne's face was so strange when he heard Anastasia's voice. What is lack of charm? She lacks self-awareness. Have a good rest tonight. I won't disturb you. Contact the church headquarters as soon as possible and send the resources I want to London, Wayne ordered. Anastasia nodded, then gritted her teeth and insisted again, "My Faith, will you stay here tonight?" Wayne didn't say anything, took Anastasia's hand and kissed it gentlemanly. "Saint, I am very honored to be recognized by you. I am not that good. Doing this will only hurt you." After that, he left directly. Ministry of Magic Headquarters, high-level meeting. The sun shines into the large conference room through the floor-to-ceiling windows, reflecting the long conference table with classical charm, reflecting the polished tabletop, showing a warm luster. The long table is expensive, and the edges and legs of the table are carved with exquisite patterns. The matching high-back chairs bring the elegant and classical style to the extreme. The backrest of the chair is high and straight, showing an upright posture. It is also decorated with exquisite patterns, echoing the long table, showing the overall harmony and unity. I can only say that the design concept is good. Minister Sophia is in the first seat, and on the left and right are two deputy ministers, Wayne and Austin. Yvette, who is also a deputy minister, sits with a group of senior executives, away from Sophia. This is the current situation at the Ministry of Magic headquarters. The Queen is the minister, and she is held on the left and right by the father and son of the Landau family. The legendary mages who participated in the high-level meeting include Planck, Bon, Herman, Celeste, and Bedford. Except for Herman, who is an unwavering royalist, the others are either loyal to Wayne or are loyal to Wayne. The strong cavalry faction that fell to the Landau family. As before, Sophia usually did not speak during meetings, and her most trusted ministers were responsible for presiding over the meetings. Now her most trusted confidant is Austin. The Queen has summoned everyone here today to discuss several important matters. Several legendary mages looked loyally at the Queen, as well as His Majesty the Prince and Prince Wayne beside her. They were all sensible people and knew who had the final say in the country now. First of all, the first thing is that the Queen intends to let the Prince and Princess go to Frankfurt to study physics at the university. It is related to the future of the royal family. The Queen hopes to hear everyone's opinions. Austin read the manuscript. A group of legendary mages had no objections. Today's meeting was a process meeting. The small meeting had already completed the decisions that needed to be made. It was not their turn to have any objections. Since everyone has no objections, it's decided. Austen passed a resolution, and for the future of the royal family, the prince and princess will be sent to Paris, the Frankish capital. Wayne frowned and didn't understand why he had to send the hidden danger away. Could it be that the Queen forced Austen into sleeping clothes? After thinking about it, Austen and the Queen should have reached some kind of agreement. It doesn't matter, as long as the Queen is still in Windsor. The second thing is that many strange sects have appeared in the Republic of Ireland. According to the information from the investigation, these sects are very keen on giving eggs to their believers. When Austen said this, he glanced at Wayne and continued, "You must have heard of the name geocentric cult at some point. It was once popular in the town of Inlord, and the way to win over believers was also to give out eggs. There was a great potato famine in the Republic of Ireland, and the shadow still lingers today. People there are very religious about food, and these sects are developing very rapidly." The Queen asked a legendary mage to personally go to the Republic of Ireland to investigate. If it is a cult like the Geocenter cult, it will be eradicated immediately and will not be tolerated. In addition to mainstream beliefs such as the Heavenly Father's Church and the Natural Alliance, there are also two beliefs in darkness and death that are between mainstream and non-mainstream beliefs on the God's chosen continent. It's not over yet. Putting aside these beliefs, a large number of new sects are springing up every year. Some simply cut leaks by running sects and treat faith as a business. Due to lack of strength, they were either wiped out by Windsor themselves or squeezed by mainstream church beliefs. They could not become a big phenomenon and soon disappeared from local newspapers. Others are not like that, such as the Earth Center cult. What they want is not money, but the life of leeks. They deliver urns, no, leeks boxes one after another in a sacrifice, to complete the evil purpose of sacrifice. This kind of sect is extremely dangerous, and once it is confirmed, it will be eradicated immediately. It's funny to say that sects such as the Earth Center cult imitate or even copy the teachings of the Holy Father's Church in their construction. They advocate that all living beings are equal and there is one and only one true God. The working people who are oppressed by the powerful class are very fond of this trick, especially during years of famine and war. They firmly believe it. If you have enough egg tubes, you can imagine how pious you are. It is now the war years, coupled with the great famine in the Republic of Ireland. It is not surprising that these sects are gaining momentum rapidly. Did eggs come out again? Where do so many eggs come from? Are they void life? Wayne frowned and saw the legendary mages looking at their noses and their hearts without saying a word. He felt contempt in his heart and secretly thought they were a group of insects. Then he said nothing. Austen scanned the whole place and saw all the insects looking at their noses, without saying a word. Especially the big insect opposite him, he immediately snorted coldly. How can we build a good country with these insects? In the past, Austen didn't care, but now it doesn't matter. He has taken a shareholding and still takes a big share. He must do something. Austen glanced at Wayne. Deputy Minister Wayne, you have experience in eradicating the geocentric cult and are very familiar with their methods. The Queen has appointed you to carry out this mission. Is it okay? Wayne's laboratory lacked the flesh and blood of the star beast, and a grant application was handed to Austen through Bond's hands. He was so angry on the spot that he signed and approved the funding in anger. Otherwise, he would take the lead in raiding the Landau family's property. It's so funny that I can't copy it at all. I was pressed by the evil dragon when I entered the door. Austen was angry that Wayne looked too ugly, switching his left hand to his right hand, not even bothering to act, so he took this opportunity to throw him out of London for a while. Wayne frowned and did not agree directly. He took the document from Austen and found that it happened to be on the way to where he wanted to go. After thinking about it, he decided to go on his own. Maybe he is another transportation captain. Instead of taking advantage of other insects, he might as well thank nature for its gift. Speaking of eggs, Wayne couldn't help but think of Marshall, the Lord of the Void, the former legendary mage of the Church of Nature, and an early angel investor who spent blood and tears to help him get started. After that, there will not be many kind-hearted people. Only the devils in hell are so kind and righteous. Other angel investors are somewhat selfish and are not on the same level in terms of self-sacrifice and self-sacrifice. Like Jiao Huang and the Dark Goddess, they all covet his genetic information. Bah, vile. Deputy Minister Wayne, what's your opinion? I have no problem, but I need to apply for a grant and organize a special investigation team. Wayne said nonsense seriously. I have fought against the Earth Center cult before, and I know how terrifying they are. With their backs in the void, eggs with eggs, and tentacles with tentacles, they are too strong. I risked my life alone and broke into the encirclement. The Landau family is afraid of losing its successor, which will be detrimental to the country. Queen Sophia pokes her head in. Is there such a good thing? Austin rolled his eyes. He was so alone that he broke into the encirclement. Who was surrounding whom? In his opinion, those sects were clearly surrounded by nature/sun/moonlight/darkness/death/pale night. Austin has never doubted Wayne's strength, not before, and not now. He turned to look at Queen Sophia. Mr. Minister, Deputy Minister Wayne is right. He went to the Republic of Ireland alone. It's dangerous, after all, it's the territory of the Holy Father, and he should be allowed to set up an investigation team. Wayne suggested. Austin nodded, and Sophia could only sign. After reaching a non-aggression pact with Austin, she is now a mascot, a ruthless signing machine, responsible for governing Windsor for Austin and receiving dividends from the Windsor family based on shares. To put it bluntly, Austin has the final say on big things, and Sophia has the final say on small things. Austin decides what are the big and small things. Sophia couldn't refuse, the conditions were favorable, and it was much more respectable than wearing a black silk skirt in the office. As the price of the deal, Austin allowed the prince and princess to leave Windsor and go to Paris to study, which also showed Windsor's affirmation of Frank's century-old friendship. Windsor, we are serious this time. We have even sent protons. The two of us join forces and Prussia can fight however it wants. Frank, no need to fight, just look at my impregnable defense. Windsor, steady. Wayne House. The housekeeper Fura arranged to pack the luggage. Willie watched everyone busy and couldn't help but look at the night teacher Valkyrie. Teacher, everyone is responsible for cracking down on crime and evil. We, the believers of the Sun Goddess, have the unshirkable responsibility. I applied for leave and went to the Republic of Ireland with Wayne, so that the glory of the goddess can still shine on this barren soil. Whaley handed over the application form with a serious face. Are you preaching? I'm embarrassed to expose you. Valkyrie rejected it on the spot. Wayne alone or Willie alone would be no problem. When these two are put together, there is no missionary, only missionary style. She sneered twice, grabbed Willie's back collar, and took the crying twin tails to the back garden. Practice your sword. Chris helped Wayne pack his luggage, put it away, and packed his own luggage at the same time. After learning that Willie was not going, Veronica was forced to purify dragon blood at home by Sci-fi. Then she thought about the fact that teacher Philomena was busy with official duties. She and Wayne were the only ones on this trip, and her eyes turned into crescents with laughter. Wayne did not stop him. Although this trip was extremely dangerous, today was different from the past. Even without using the divine weapon of choice and the Book of Greed, he could crush the angel investors with his own ability, and it was destined to be without any trouble. It would be boring to trek all the way without any disturbances, but if you take Chrissy with you, there will be disturbances. Seeing Chris snickering and snickering, Wayne also curled up his lips, forgetting to mention that he had already informed his secretary Mona to accompany him. Due to the limited funds allocated from above, we are strapped for money during this trip and can only book a suite along the way. I hope Chris and Mona will get along well and allocate public resources reasonably. It is absolutely not allowed to use the bus for private use. Le.jpg. Void. In the corner of the boundless stars, the light penetrates the illusion and reaches a mysterious space. Looking at the giant thing lying dormant in the distance, just looking at the tip of the iceberg, its size is exaggerated like a mountain range. Starry sky beast. Figures in black robes stand at the end of the space. On the water curtain in front of them are sects that are developing rapidly. The followers are constantly coming and going, and they have reached the peak of prosperity. My master has made arrangements with Heavenly Father and the Holy See. No one will cause you any trouble. The leader of the men in black looked at the group of magicians who were free from the pollution of the void, and said slowly, "My master has helped you maintain yourselves. Now it is time for you to prove yourself. My master said that the gates of hell will always be open to you. The premise is that you are qualified to enter hell. It is not easy to open this door. Whether you can hide it from the angel's eyes and ears depends on you. After everything is done, we all have a bright future." Jajajaja. Restarting the Myth. Author, Fengchao Huang. Chapter 332. November 2nd, Night. Ireland Sea, Cruise Ship. Wayne had taken the route to the Republic of Ireland once before, crossing the Strait of Ireland, and his destination was the port of Doolin, the capital of the Republic of Ireland. As the second largest city in the Federation of Windsor after London, Durin has a rich history and cultural atmosphere. With warm winters and cool summers, and beautiful scenery, it is a rare tourist destination. Last time, Wayne was in a hurry to go to Fast City in Northern Ireland to search his house. He did not stop in the city and only stayed as a transit point for a while. This time he took his wife and secretary on a trip at public expense and planned to stay for a few more nights. Minute-Maid.jpg. On the quiet sea, a Bayford family cruise ship sailed slowly. The sea breeze blew slowly, and the hull cut across the sea, leaving a long and thin trace. The lights of the cruise ship flickered, and the overall outline was looming under the moonlight. These lights and shadows swayed with the waves of the sea, and together they formed a sparkling picture. The sound of water surging outside the ship made people stare in the luxurious cabin. "Chris, it's time to rest, you have to go to work tomorrow." Wayne looked at Chris with a serious face, and behind him stood his loyal secretary Mona. Although his expression was serious, as if he was guarding justice, Chrissy was no longer the free magical girl she had been. She could see through the sinister intentions at a glance and shook her head like a rattle. "No, I have to stay up late to write tonight, and I don't plan on taking a rest," Chris said in a strong tone, urging Shameless to give up her heart. Mona stood expressionless behind Wayne, looking very much like Megan next to Austin. Like Chris, she also felt that Wayne's idea was too shameless. Single fights were okay, but group fights were definitely not allowed. Mona did not speak out her thoughts, did not take the initiative, did not refuse, and was mainly obedient. She felt that she was probably sick. Ever since she evolved, she had been repelling the intimate interaction with Wayne. Before, this was something she would have never dared to think about. Mona couldn't find the root cause of her illness. She was afraid of Wayne's misunderstanding but didn't dare to say it clearly. She decided to take strong medicine to suppress the increasingly serious illness with more intimate interactions. Consider it a punishment. Come to think of it, I'm still a little shy, which is quite depraved. Chris, staying up late and writing is not good for your health. Believe me, you are very talented. It will be the same if you write tomorrow. Wayne rubbed his hands and came forward, reaching out to grab the manuscript from Chris's arms. He hurriedly flipped through a few pages. The rich content and majestic setting left a very deep impression on him. To translate, I wrote a bunch of useless stuff. After just one glance, I lost the desire to read it. My head hurt after reading it. Wayne hesitated to speak, and finally said tactfully, "Senior sister, have you ever considered changing the track?" "What's wrong?" "It doesn't look good. The structure is compact, the content is rich, and the concise writing style contains profound ideas." "It is a very good love book," Wayne commented with a sullen face. "Wayne, I write about detectives. One thing is, solving the case does not delay falling in love." Seeing Wayne's comments, Chris couldn't help but sigh. "Just tell me, I don't have writing talent, right?" "Willie thinks so too." "What does Willie know?" "Don't listen to her nonsense. If you don't believe me, ask Veronica and hear her evaluation." "Veronica said your diary looks better." Chris looked at Wayne faintly. "I want to borrow your diary for reference, but Veronica refused." "You have written several books for her, but I haven't read a word of it. It's so sour, with the fragrance of lemon." Seeing Chris's expression of resentment, Wayne skillfully held her in his arms and opened his mouth to make her happy. Chris is no longer a magical girl who likes to listen to sweet talk. The magical young woman prefers action. Since Wayne is so good at writing diaries, why not help her with suggestions and realize her dream of writing a book? With that said, he handed the manuscript to Wayne and asked him to help revise it. "How to change this? Except the author's name, everything else has to be deleted." Wayne blinked and said, "Chris, is there a possibility that the detective has delayed your talent, and you should change to a different type? For example, cool article. Look at the writing style of a primary school student like you, it would be a pity not to write cool articles." Wayne thought for a while. The Shuangwan he knew was not in line with the current God's Choice continent, regardless of the era background or social structure. It was difficult for Chris to copy, learn from it. "Wait, it looks like there is actually one." Wayne muttered twice, threw away the manuscript in front of him, and raised his eyebrows. "Chris, I thought of a revenge story with twists and turns and vivid plot, and deeply rooted characters. It is not only enjoyable to read, but also has great literary value." "Tell me about it." "A story about revenge. The prince's revenge is already in the dark, and it's not as popular as the night. I mean, it feels better." Wayne clenched his fist, coughed twice, and said slowly, "The male protagonist is a sailor, at the bottom of society. He has a very beautiful fiancée. Because of his hard work, his career is about to explode. His success in career and love aroused jealousy. A group of people joined forces to frame him and sent him to prison. His highly promoted position was gone, and his fiancée was snatched away by his love rival. The kind-hearted male protagonist learned from the pain and decided to take revenge. In prison, he met elites from various industries and got a treasure map. After the male protagonist is released from prison, the people who framed him have either become billionaires or become rich and powerful, while he has nothing but money and knowledge." Speaking of this, Wayne paused. "The more miserable this plot is, the better. By suppressing the male protagonist, it can arouse readers' resonance and attract hatred for the villains. After that, the male protagonist will rise strongly and crush and revenge all the way, which will make readers feel refreshed." Chris nodded repeatedly, and then said, "Teacher Wayne, I have a general understanding of the plot and character images. Where is the literary value?" "This is simple." Wayne grabbed the female student's hand, took her to sit on the bed, and put his arm around her shoulders and said, "Regarding this script, regarding the literary value, we can dig deeper by exploring human nature." "Teacher, can you be more specific?" "Through the male protagonist, the strong contrast between the character changes before and after creates a kind and tragic person who is devoured by the fire of revenge." Wayne's hand has been placed on the waist of the female student, rubbing his fingertips, biting her ear and saying, In the early stage, he was kind and compassionate, facing all hardships with a smile, and firmly believed that hard work can make a difference. In the later stage, he is good at using conspiracy and tricks, good at controlling the weaknesses of human nature, almost omniscient and omnipotent, like a devil who has fallen into hell, torturing his enemies to death. Mona frowned, took 2 steps forward and said, "Boss, is this not appropriate?" Chris nodded repeatedly. "Indeed, the devil, what if he teaches children bad things? This is simpler. The last chapter will clear the hero's name." Wayne waved to Mona, and after she sat down, he openly hugged her left and right. The hero did everything he could to get revenge, and hurt many innocent people. After completing his revenge, his life suddenly lost direction. He looked back on his actions, repented in front of God, and finally left his hometown and disappeared from then on. Obviously, the cool article Wayne plagiarized was The Count of Monte Cristo, the famous originator of cool articles. The plot of learning superior knowledge and treasure maps in prison is similar to the plot of jumping off a cliff and picking up a peerless martial arts secret book. Because there is no big stallion in Frank in this world, Wayne is not ashamed to copy it. If you ask, he came first. Mona nodded. The ending of the confession and the lonely ending of the hero made the story look serious, and it did have some literary depth. Chris also nodded repeatedly, asking questions when she didn't understand, and said directly, "Teacher Wayne, how should I describe a male protagonist who is like a devil? This is too simple. You can copy the personality of the people around you. You must have met many bad people, so just follow them," Wayne suggested. Chris looked at Wayne, blinked, and then nodded heavily. "She found the devil. You seem to be thinking about something very rude." Wayne curled his lips. Since they were his own people, he would not pursue anything. Instead, he said, "I work hard every day. I have written my diary until 1942. With the large amount of updates, I have summarized a set of very marketable writing skills." Chris's eyes lit up. "Teacher, she wanted to learn this. Don't worry, let's talk about it tomorrow. It's late at night, and it's time to rest." Wayne's map has never been very long. Chris rolled her eyes and pushed away the claws on her waist. She was going to the next door to code tonight. If nothing unexpected happens, don't knock on her door. As he said that, he trotted away, not giving the pervert any chance to take advantage of him. Willie could have. Wayne looked at Mona, who was expressionless, and asked why he didn't hold Chris's hands just now. It was the secretary's job to play the villain. Mona blushed slightly when she was looked at by Wayne. She turned her head to the side and gritted her teeth and whispered, "Boss, I'm going to rest too. You go to bed early. We still have to investigate tomorrow. As expected of you, you are getting better and better." Wayne didn't know Mona's condition, and he was playing the disgusted face recently. He secretly said that it was great, rubbed his hands and stopped Mona. The camera zoomed out. Because of the wind, the waves stirred up by the cruise ship on the sea surface were bigger. In the second half of the night, waves x2. Durin, the capital of the Republic of Ireland. In name, the Republic of Ireland is still under the rule of Windsor, but it is well known that Windsor is not a human being. The Republic of Ireland is just a pearl on the Queen's crown, just a leek to be harvested, and the two sides can't pee in the same pot at all. Sooner or later, they will separate. Not to mention, the Republic of Ireland does have this condition. Its political influence and international discourse power are far less than Windsor. Its strength lies in the support of the Holy See of the Father. The Holy See of the Father contributed a lot to the establishment of the Republic of Ireland. Wayne took his wife and secretary off the ship. 2 black-clad bodyguards and drivers waited for a long time. He went on a private visit incognito and kept a low profile. He didn't want to attract too much attention. He asked the bodyguards and drivers to leave the car and drove to the holiday estate in the suburbs of the city. With a large family and a large business, you can find the house deeds everywhere. Rightward arrow. Especially after the removal of the emperor's side, there are more house deeds. You can't refuse them. It's really worrying. The Ministry of Magic had limited funding, and Wayne didn't apply for too much funding, so he only booked a suite to prevent outsiders from disturbing him. He squeezed out the limited funding and booked the entire floor where the suite was located. Mona and Chris knew what was going on, and rolled their eyes without saying anything. Because of the double blossom last night, they blushed a little when facing each other, but their relationship was undoubtedly much closer. While the two of them were cleaning the room, Wayne sat on the sofa to study the intelligence, took out the map, and circled 4 targets that needed to be investigated. Chris, are you interested in going out for a walk and appreciating the local customs and practices? No, I want to write a book and I'm not going anywhere. Chris was afraid of getting hurt again when she went out, so she insisted on staying in the hotel to sort out the outline. By the time Wayne came back from his investigation, she had almost finished writing the outline and was just in time to help sort out the problems. Seeing his frightened posture, Wayne smiled proudly, patted his butt and said, "Let's go, there is a church that distributes eggs in a nearby town, let's go and take a look." Mona nodded, put away the files on the table and put them into her portable space. The Holy Church is located in Feud Town on the outskirts of Doolin City. The transportation between the two places is convenient and the drive takes less than half an hour. Because it was close, Wayne was going to start investigating from here. Mona was still driving, and Wayne was drawing on the map in the passenger seat, connecting the distribution points of several suspected geocentric cults to see if he could find traces of large-scale sacrificial magic circles. 6-pointed star, 5-pointed star, cross star, 3-pointed star. I tried them one by one and found no relevant traces. These sects broke out collectively, and they all emerged after the declaration of war. Rather than saying it is a coincidence, I prefer to believe that there is an organization and plan behind them. It is a huge organization with a large scale. Wayne looked down at the map. Boss, do you suspect it is related to the devil? I didn't say that. Wayne rolled his eyes at Mona. Mona, you care too much about the devil. Whenever something happens, you will associate it with the devil. This is not good. He continued, there is an organization and a plan. It may not necessarily be the devil. It may also be a money-making operation of the local nobles, or a branch of the local Holy See forces. They use these cannon fodder to deal with the Life Alliance forces in Windsor. Wayne analyzed all the possibilities one by one, and finally frowned and said, the operation of issuing eggs is too similar to the geocentric cult. If it is really the configuration of the geocentric cult, it means that the evil god of the void has returned to the world, and there is more than one. Evil gods are generally divided into 2 types, the magicians who have fallen into the void, and the devils from hell. There is nothing to say about the devils in hell. It is not easy to enter and exit the human world. Unless there are special cases, there is no possibility of coming to the human world. Magicians who have fallen into the void are usually legendary mages, such as the Lord of the Void, Marshall. The Golden Mage is not yet qualified to fall, and his own strength is too poor. He was in a trance as soon as he saw the Gate of Truth, and had no chance to learn the advanced knowledge of the void. In fact, the legendary mage cannot stay in the void for too long. Because I want to make progress too much, the more I learn, the more I don't know. I can't stand the temptation of knowledge, I am addicted to emptiness and can't extricate myself. In the end, madness and emptiness merge into one. Few legendary mages can regain themselves after going mad and return from the void unharmed. Moreover, they have already found themselves, which shows that they have successfully obtained the life evolution of the void, and returning to the human world is of little significance. Maybe it's for faith, more likely it's a sacrifice. An organized and large-scale return, collectively searching for faith, and then sacrificing a large number of creatures in one breath. Speaking of this, Wayne's scalp went numb and he shook his head and said, "If that's true, they are no different from devils if they are not devils." "Boss, what are you going to do?" "First investigate clearly. It is a money-making trick of the nobles, so let it be made public and leave it to the Queen to handle. If the Queen can't handle it, she will contact the local Heavenly Father Church. There are still many pendants missing on the street lamps. It happens that the nobles and street lamps match well." Wayne said, "If they are legendary mages from the void, it would be easier to go to them one by one and kill them all. The plan is simple and crude, it doesn't require too much thinking, just the strength of the fist is enough." Half an hour later, the black car arrived in Fordtown. Feudatown is far away from the highway. The streets are narrow and winding. Most of the roads are paved with bluestone bricks. The houses on both sides of the streets are scattered in an orderly manner, and the walls are covered with moss. Quiet and peaceful, with a sense of refinement like an oil painting. Like most small towns, the center of Fordtown is an ancient church with a towering spire and a huge square in front of the church. Wayne looked out the window, his mind wandering, looking for traces of thoughts contaminated by the starry beast. Mona slowed down the car. There were many small shops along the street, and she was getting closer and closer to the church at the end of the street. Soon, several figures in white robes blocked the way. They were believers of the Holy Church. Each of them had a basket of eggs. They knocked on the car window and sent a pamphlet to Wayne, and asked if he was interested in writing a letter. "If you believe in it, just send a basket of eggs. It doesn't matter if you don't believe in it. People who are the same people of God in the church should love and help each other. Take 2 eggs back to express your gratitude. 4 eggs first. My wife and I are here for an outing. We have nothing to do. If the eggs are good, we will consider trusting them." Wayne took the brochure and bought 4 eggs. He rolled up the car window and let Mona walk around Fordtown and flip through the book. The teachings were almost exactly the same as those of the Holy Father's Church, with limited modifications. It would not be an exaggeration to say that they were copied. It's interesting. The Holy See is so overbearing, but it can be tolerated. Wayne raised his eyebrows, becoming more and more suspicious that these new sects were the work of the Heavenly Father Church, and they would be used to deal with the Life Alliance and the 2 churches of darkness and death when they grew in power. Mona frowned slightly and said nothing. Wayne played with the egg in his hand. It was no different from an ordinary egg on the outside and on the inside. With the magician's method, it was almost difficult to distinguish the real egg from the fake one. Wayne is no ordinary magician. He can tell if it is a real egg by opening his mouth and trying it. A ray of thought is injected into the egg to tell the true meaning of life. Soon, the egg shook slightly, and the little 8 claws came out of the shell, waving tentacles that shone like starfish. The strange-looking octopus is shaped like a starfish, with 8 boneless tentacles, which are much more flexible than a starfish. The mouth on the abdomen is a rice-sized light spot that moves rhythmically. It is its eye and also an organ for catching smells. The little octopus waved its tentacles to collect information around it, suddenly leaped up, and rushed straight to Wayne's face. The 8 tentacles embraced and tightly wrapped Wayne's entire head, and then sank in. The white foam squirmed and swallowed the newly born little starfish. Wayne's face recovered, raised his hand to wipe the corner of his mouth, and commented, "Chicken flavor, in terms of ingredients, it is not suitable for the physique of humans in the God-chosen continent. The little starfish is called the Blue Ridge parasite, which is called the king of the underground in the geocentric church. It is a starry sky giant with an exaggerated body size when it grows up, and is known for its terrifying reproductive power. Its own destructive power is average. It is at the bottom of the food chain in the void. It is extremely afraid of fire. Because it is weak, it has added all its survival points to reproduction. Although it is weak, the pollution power of the star beast cannot be underestimated. The parasitic ability of the blue-ridged parasite larvae is very terrifying. Once it hugs the host, it will merge with the host, and the flesh and skin are connected, and there is almost no possibility of physical separation. Wayne explained the archived information of the Ministry of Magic to Mona, shook his head and said, "It is confirmed that it is indeed an evil god from the void, and it is very likely that he works for the same organization as the Lord of the Void." He found the headquarters of the Templar Church and their egg processing factory, and burned them all down at night. Mona nodded. The devil is equal to the evil god, and the legendary wizard who fell into the void is equal to the evil god, so the fallen legendary wizard is equal to the devil. The equation is established, and he is instantly full of energy. But I still have a question. Wayne looked at the church in the center of Ford Town. It's understandable that ordinary magicians don't know the means of the void. The Father Church of the Republic of Allah is huge and much stronger than London. Why do they ignore a lot of evil gods emerging in their own territory? Boss, do you want me to check the church? First go around the town, find the headquarters of the Holy Church and the egg processing factory, and conduct a field investigation to see where it is more convenient to commit crimes at night. Wayne was cautious and did not rush to the church at the first time. If he guessed correctly, the clergy of the Ford Town Church had been bewitched by the evil gods. Dusk. Ford Town instantly became quiet before the sun set, as if the mute button was pressed, and the whole town was silent. The pale mist floating from the distant mountains made the atmosphere of the town even more weird. The black car drove through the deserted streets and stopped in front of the church square. Wayne opened the door and got out, holding Mona's waist, pretending to be a newlywed couple, and walked towards the church gate. This ancient church has a history of at least 100 years. After sunset, the church was not closed. Against the background of thick fog and night, the bright door gave people a comfortable sense of security, but also created a terrifying depression. Wayne was skilled and bold, and he was not afraid at all. Before he reached the door, he heard the quarrel inside. "Raymond, the development momentum of the Holy Church is too weird. Why do you stop me from investigating? What if they are servants of the devil? Harrington, this is a place covered by the glory of the Father, not London where the devil is everywhere. The Holy Church is willing to attach to us and has been recognized by the Archbishop. Your willful behavior will only ruin the Archbishop's plan." In the church, the two bishops quarreled endlessly, and the clergy were divided into two groups. Raymond had a large number of people, and Harrington lacked helpers, and was soon suppressed by a group of loud voices. "Raymond, you will regret it. No matter what, I am the bishop." Bang. Harrington slammed the door and left. Raymond waved to the people around him, asking them to follow and not to let the people around him mess around. After dealing with these, Raymond saw the newlyweds walking into the church. He was slightly surprised and stepped forward and said, "You two, the clergy are ready to rest. If you come to confess, please come again tomorrow." "No, we are from the Papal States. The Pope has ordered that you can cooperate with the investigation." Wayne raised his hand and offered a tiger skin. Raymond was stunned at first, and then shook his head repeatedly, warning Wayne not to talk nonsense in the church, otherwise he would have a place on the train of hell. Wayne smiled slightly and patted his butt. Mona stepped forward, and her eyes suddenly turned golden. "Any other questions?" This. You are listening to Novels at Bless Up channel. Wish you happiness and luck. Please subscribe to receive new novels. How do you feel about this novel? Please like and leave a comment. Restarting the Myth. Author, Fengchao Huang. Chapter 333. The holy light in Mona's eyes was pure, the holy will was majestic, and the powerful holy light faith magic attainments were definitely not fake. This might not prove that the two were from the Papal States, but the powerful punching power they showed was enough to shut Raymond up. "What are you two going to investigate?" Raymond asked with his head down, his tone extremely respectful. Other clergy left one after another, some of them in a hurry. Wayne saw it, but did not say anything. He took out the pamphlet of the Holy Church, showed his leadership and scolded, "What's the matter with this Holy Church God? How can you be a bishop? There is only one God in the chosen continent. Don't you understand this truth? Please listen to my explanation. The Holy Church is dependent on. There is nothing to explain. It is heresy." Wayne spitted and scolded Raymond for 2 minutes. The latter wiped his sweat repeatedly. Seeing that Wayne was tired, he said with a bitter face, "You are a newcomer and don't know the real situation of the Holy Church. Please believe me, you will understand if you go there yourself. Okay, I'll give you another chance. Please come this way. I'll take you there." Raymond led the way ahead, still with doubts in his eyes, curious about the true origins of Wayne and Mona, and also curious about their relationship. The possibility of the Papal State investigating the envoys is not ruled out, but what does hugging mean? Where did the pure nun go? If I read it correctly, it seems that she touched her butt just now. Raymond's eyes were clearly captured by Mona, and he felt ashamed for a moment. Recalling the past, he found the joy of being punished. Since tasting the sweetness, Mona gradually got used to it. It has been a long time since she felt this way. Raymond called several clergymen, and 2 cars drove the black car one after the other to the headquarters of the Holy Church. In the night, the headlights illuminated the road ahead, and the 3 cars gradually drove away from the town and came to a barren field. The night was dark and windy, accompanied by fog, and there were also wild ridges, which were classic places for killing and dumping corpses in textbooks. The 2 cars stopped, Mona turned off the engine and parked. Wayne pushed open the car door and asked in confusion, "Bishop Raymond, where is the headquarters of the Holy Church?" "In hell." Raymond looked sinister, "Send you two to hell, the headquarters of the Holy Church is there." Wayne sighed and asked, "Bishop Raymond, are you controlled by the evil God, or are you like this?" Raymond sneered and waved his hand to let the clergy around him take action. 5 or 6 people operated skillfully and took out the pistols in their arms and pointed them at Wayne and Mona. "Wait a minute. What's wrong? Do you have any last words to say?" "I think so. I just want to know whether the Archbishop has also rebelled and how many clergy have been controlled by the evil God." Wayne clasped his hands together. "Look, I'm going to die, can you let me die with my eyes closed? You will know all the truth in hell." Raymond was too lazy to say more, or maybe he didn't know anything, so he waved his hand and ordered to shoot. Bang bang bang. Gunshots rang out continuously. Wayne and Mona stood still, and 5 or 6 gunmen were all shot in the arm, and fell to the ground with pale faces. Raymond looked into the darkness with a cold face, his eyes flashing. "Harrington, you are here too." "Raymond, there are problems with both you and the Holy Church." Harrington walked out of the darkness with a sullen face, holding 2 pistols, wearing white clergy clothing, and a cross pendant hanging around his neck. The style of the painting was very stitched. "Come well, just in time to kill you too." The 2 looked at each other, pulled out their pistols and shot at each other. After running out of bullets, they began to compete in holy light magic. As silver mages, the special effects were very ordinary, which stunned Wayne, who was watching. He thought he was the protagonist. Although Raymond was the bishop of the church, his high administrative level did not mean that he had strong magical attainments. He was no match for Harrington in terms of hard power. After a few moves, he was forced to retreat to the scarecrow in the field. The white clergyman's robe was cut by the wind blade, half of it was stained with blood. He roared in his throat, his body suddenly expanded, and the whole person twisted into a ball, merging with the scarecrow behind him. The scarecrow was 3 meters tall and twisted, with a huge and abnormally large head and slender limbs in sharp contrast. The eyes were 2 empty black holes, bottomless, and the corners of the mouth were grinning, revealing jagged sharp fangs. A layer of pale skin was attached to the limbs and torso, and the fingers were like dry branches, with sharp fingertips like hooks. The rotten straw and broken hemp rope inside drilled out of the body surface, emitting a disgusting stench. This is too evil. Wayne raised his eyebrows and regretted that he was late. Maybe Raymond was a clergyman before, but now. The followers of the evil god were polluted by the knowledge of the void, and there was no hope even if they were cured. Roar, roar, roar. A series of beast-like roars rang out, and the bodies of the gunmen who were shot and fell to the ground changed. They fell to the ground with their limbs on all fours, and rushed quickly to surround Harrington in the middle. Wayne and Mona became spectators again. Wayne blinked, the rhythm was wrong, and he was ready to snatch back the protagonist's script. Before he started, the besieged Harrington took out a cross pendant from his arms, muttered something, and the white robe shone with golden light, forming a golden cross pattern on his back. The combat uniform of the church combines defense and reinforcement. The actual combat effect is excellent and is well received by the clergy. After getting the amplification, Harrington waved his hand and held a holy light gun. Fighting against the beast-like wolves and the weird scarecrow, the two sides fought back and forth, and it was hard to tell who was the winner, and they fought to a 50-50 draw. It took a full 10 minutes. Not bad, at least the endurance is very strong. Wayne made a comment, narrowed his eyes slightly, and dispersed the distractions in his thoughts. A pervasive whisper rang in the ears of the wolves and the scarecrow. Affected by this sound, the mutated pale flesh could not maintain stability, and the foam collapsed and melted. Harrington shot them one by one, stabbing them all to the core. Harrington was exhausted. He was panting like a dog after a battle. Seeing that Wayne and Mona were still there, he frowned and stepped forward. "You two, I just heard that you said you were from the Papal State. What's the matter?" "Evidence." Wayne patted his butt, and Mona's eyes glowed golden. "This only proves that you are golden mages." Harrington shook his head slightly, and out of respect for the golden mage, said no more in the middle of the sentence. "Well, since you have seen it, we will not act. We are from St. Paul's Cathedral in London. We are members of the church's tactical team. We were ordered by Archbishop Gunther to investigate the recent rise of several sections," Wayne said sincerely. Harrington compared the strength of both sides and chose to believe with difficulty. He frowned and said, "I was a member of the Guardian Knights of St. Patrick's Cathedral in Durin. I was sent here by the Archbishop to prepare to take over Raymond's bishop position. I just arrived." "How long?" Harrington described the sudden rise of the Templar Church and the indifference of St. Patrick's Cathedral. He paused and continued, "I don't know if the Archbishop has become a minion of the evil god like Raymond. I would like to remind both of you. The Archbishop is a powerful legendary mage. If he falls, the cultivation of the two golden mages cannot cope with the crisis here. Leave now before it's too late." "What about you?" "I still need to investigate again, at least to determine the true purpose of the Holy Church and the identity of the Holy Church. Otherwise, it is impossible to convey accurate information to the outside world based on mere speculation," Harrington said. "How many people are as sane as you?" "It's hard to say, I can only believe in myself now." Harrington picked up the guns on the ground, filled his ammunition magazine, and prepared to visit the Templar headquarters at night to collect as much useful intelligence as possible. He was not sure whether Wayne and Mona were members of the Holy See, so he did not submit an application to form a team and drove away in one of the cars. "Let's go, clean up all the hidden dangers, and unplug the Templar Church tonight." Wayne had almost collected all the intelligence, and said to Mona in the car, "Let go later, don't be merciful, do everything as soon as possible, get rid of the Holy Church, and returned to the city of Dulin immediately. "I want to go to the Holy Church, Patrick. Look at it, the Archbishop here has a big problem." Mona's eyes bloomed with golden light, and the car drove straight to the Templar Church headquarters as fast as possible. "The good news is that the egg processing plant is near the headquarters and can be served in one pot. The headquarters of the Holy Church is located in the west of Fordtown. It was originally the ancestral home of a down-and-out nobleman. After renovation, it became the headquarters of the Holy Church. There is a lot of wasteland around it, and a temporary chicken farm was built. There are too many momentums, and the rush is obviously in a hurry, so the configuration in all aspects is not as formal as that of the Earth Center sect, and it has the attitude of a grassroots team. Fortunately, the eggs were distributed quickly, so he quickly gained a large number of devout believers. If you have eggs, you have faith. If you don't have eggs, wait until you have eggs tomorrow. Food is the most important thing for the people, and the people's beliefs are so simple and unpretentious. Harrington was worried about alerting the enemy, so he stopped the car far away, followed the prepared investigation route, and came to the backyard of the Temple Church headquarters. He turned over lightly and fell into the fence. Looking up, two figures seemed to have been waiting for a long time. Wayne and Mona. Harrington equals. He trembled with fright, almost thinking that he had been exposed as soon as he sneaked in. He lowered his voice and said, "How come you two are here, and so fast?" "There is a shortcut, we investigated during the day." Wayne explained enthusiastically and waved his hand for Mona to go in and deal with it. He stayed behind. Unless something unexpected happened, he would not take action tonight. Wayne's chest also seals part of the Dark Goddess's thoughts. Wayne's life level is stronger than that of the Dark Goddess, but his strength is too far away from the Goddess, so even part of the Goddess's thoughts will still cost him a lot. Moreover, Wayne's goal is not just to seal it, he wants to completely turn this part of his mind into his own shape. Just like Senna. The Dark Goddess's mind understood Wayne's thoughts, and the two sides continued to push and pull, turning into a protracted war. Because the Dark Goddess underestimated the enemy, or was too confident, she took the initiative to accept the contamination, causing this part of her thinking to lose the possibility of maintaining its original state, and her defeat was a foregone conclusion. How long the protracted war can last depends on how long she can persist. The Dark Goddess has many tricks. Faced with the irreversible pollution and Wayne's sinister intentions written on her face, she sealed her will and formed a turtle shell defense formation. Almost all of Wayne's strength is used to pry open the turtle shell. As long as he succeeds, this part of his mind can be flattened and rounded. Maybe he can gain more knowledge and secrets of past history through this part of his mind. There are so many benefits and he won't give up on anything. In addition, Wayne learned an important piece of information from Anastasia that was not a secret. Gods cannot directly enter the God's chosen continent. Neither the Dark Goddess nor other goddesses, including their followers, can directly enter the chosen continent and can only come in the form of thoughts. There are many choices for coming, such as saints of the church, holy spirits with special constitutions, etc. It is certain that the goddesses once walked freely in the God's chosen continent and fought a war of faith. By the way, they sealed Tokugai, the descendant of the ancient god, in the frozen continent. For unknown reasons, it cannot come now. Anastasia didn't know the specific reason, but she guessed it had something to do with Heavenly Father. Heavenly Father had unified the faith of God's chosen continent. This might be the key. The reason why it is said to be speculation rather than 100% confirmed is because angels from heaven cannot descend directly and must enter the human world through reincarnation or descent through thinking. Wayne was full of curiosity and intensified his efforts to conquer the mind of the Dark Goddess. He was very curious about the past and wanted to know the whole truth. Calculating the time, he would be able to pry open the turtle shell in less than a month, and also pry open the mouth of the Dark Goddess. Closer to home, Wayne can't do anything without using his strength now. He will take his secretary Mona with him wherever he goes. The latter holds a cross and the holy spear of heaven. With the guidance of evolution, his own strength has expanded rapidly. He is a very qualified person. Thug. Wayne compared it and found that it was enough to deal with the former Lord of the Void. If the so-called Holy Temple God and the Lord of the Void were equally powerful, he could not be Mona's opponent. Seeing Wayne wandering around and walking as if he was visiting, Harrington called him unreliable. He was about to say something, but suddenly realized that he didn't even know the names of Wayne and Mona. It's mysterious and there must be something weird about it. Boom. White light pillars soared into the sky, and huge beams of light penetrated into the dark sky. The strong light shone in all directions, rendering the entire night into day. Harrington opened his mouth wide and looked up at the angel with the holy spear in his hand and wings on his back. The surging holy power made him unable to speak a complete sentence. Angel. Generally speaking, clergy at the Golden Mage level can condense a pair of small wings for themselves and start the initial angel evolution sequence. These wings are light wings of pure energy. Only descending angels can condense nearly physical wings behind their backs because of the pure and powerful holy light. That is the wings behind Mona. Mona's expressionless face flashed through Harrington's mind, and he was very convinced that the other person was an angel who had descended into the world. He had seen the scene in St. Patrick's Cathedral. The Archbishop held a Bible and summoned angels to descend into the body of the Holy Spirit. The angels who came to earth were also so cold and expressionless, not caring about anything except the devil. If she is an angel, then you. Harrington suddenly realized, it turns out that you are Archbishop Gunther of St. Paul's Cathedral. I was rude and failed to recognize you before. I'm not Gunther. Are you really from the Papal States and an investigator sent by the Pope? Harrington's eyes lit up. Thanks to the blessing of the Papal State, Wayne's unattractive appearance instantly turned into a casual, lazy temperament, sanctified, and full of the majesty of the Savior. You might as well be brave and try again and keep guessing. The next one is an angel. Steamed buns, don't I look like you? This is not a question of resemblance, your expression is too lively. Harrington smiled coquettishly and refused to go deeper into the topic. He looked up at Mona again and shot each cultist across the field. No one could compete with her. Boom. Behind the headquarters of the Holy Church, in a temporary chicken farm shack, a huge tentacle rises from the ground. The level of spectacle and terror is jaw-dropping. This tentacle stood in the darkness, soaring into the sky, as if it was going to pierce through the layers of dark clouds and reach into outer space. It was large enough to sweep across the entire Ford town in an instant. The surface of the tentacles was covered with slippery and sticky black oil stains, exuding an indescribable fishy odor that was nauseating. At this moment, it twisted and squirmed, making a dull sound. The invisible fluctuations dispersed, and the squeezed air became extremely heavy, as if an irresistible natural disaster was coming, making Harrington feel uneasy for a while. White light flashed, and Mona threw the holy spear of heaven in her hand. The scorching white holy flames roared and exploded, and almost in the blink of an eye, the tentacles exposed on the surface were burned clean. This thing is really afraid of fire. The underground part also became completely silent after a shrill wail. The tentacles came and went even faster, and while Harrington was still in panic, the tentacles were already burned clean. Extreme panic followed by extreme shock and joy, he lost the ability to manage his expressions, looked at Wayne dryly, raised his hands and made some strange gestures. Translated, it should be an exclamation like hum. Mona waved her hand to recall the holy spear, golden light surged in her eyes, her thoughts wrapped around her sight, she looked through the surface to the temporary underground palace, raised her 5 fingers, and a sword of judgment made of energy was projected down by her. The moment the sword light left Mona, the shadow of the angel gathered and formed, with 6 wings of brilliance hidden. The sword of judgment was in hand, with a majestic and noble aura. A wisp of loose breath made Harrington swallow his saliva. Too strong. Wayne also thinks so. St. George is worthy of his reputation as a dragon slayer and a knight of the Heavenly Father. Just a little blood-guided evolution has brought Mona's strength to an unprecedented height. Fortunately, there was a contract, otherwise it would be hard to say who would ride who. Deep in the underground palace, there is a twisted statue that looks like the Lord of the Void. The moment the sword of judgment descends, the statue suddenly comes to life. After seeing the phantom of the angel holding the sword, the statue paused its recovery trend and allowed its body to be burned by the holy flames until it completely dissipated. The Holy Church's believer, the Holy Church God, did not choose to reason with Mona. Seeing that the situation was not going well, he ran away and left his family behind. The last time Wayne saw such a decisive evil god was the last time, and he confirmed that the other party was not a golden mage. This style of painting was a proper legendary mage. By analogy, the beliefs of several other sects are also fallen legendary mages. To be able to gather so much at once. Wayne frowned and strode outside the church headquarters. Mona fell from the sky, folded her wings and followed Wayne. The holy spear pendant was hung on her chest. After Wayne got the Sword of Oath, this heavenly holy spear became her exclusive weapon. "Where are you going?" "Wait for me." Harrington hurriedly chased and came to the street. When he saw the black car starting, he hurriedly leaned by the window and asked, "The Holy Church has been destroyed, what should I do next?" "We're in a hurry, now is not the time to talk about this." "Then where are you going?" "We're in a hurry, now is not the time to talk about this." "At least tell me your name." "I'm not bragging, I'm really in a hurry." "We'll talk again if we have a chance." "I'll definitely do it next time." The black car drove away, leaving behind the ruthless taillights and a speechless Harrington. Is it hard to say 2 names when there is so much nonsense? Harrington shook his head repeatedly. The Papal State's style of conduct was too high and he couldn't keep up. After thinking about it, he decided to return to the church to see who was still awake and not affected by the evil god. After 2 steps, he was surrounded by onlookers. Harrington's scalp was numb, he looked at the curious and gossipy eyes, and swallowed hard. He finally understood what time was running out. This is too skillful. St. Patrick's Cathedral, Turin. Archbishop Hodgson, the top leader of the cathedral and the supreme leader of the Holy See in the Republic of Ireland, stood expressionless in front of the cross. He heard the chattering noise of a group of evil gods, asking him why angels came. "Why do angels come?" "If you ask me, who should I ask?" Hodgson's expression is sinister, and his eyes are full of ferocity, which is in strong conflict with the kind appearance of his white-bearded grandfather. As a martial arts sect in the Holy See, a strongman who personally directed the split of the Republic of Ireland, his kind appearance wraps up his heart. There is nothing wrong with being ruthless and reasonable. It's just that it's a little too cruel. After a quarrel, Hodgson's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly cut off the connection with the void. He waved his hand and took out a Golden Rule Bible, and recited the holy word of the Golden Rule that summoned the angels to come. A crackling fight and noise rang out outside the church. Hodgson's expression remained unchanged, he was unhurried, and he muttered a spell in a low voice. The second before the church door was kicked open, he successfully summoned the angel who had signed a contract with him. "This is sure." "That old man, are you the Archbishop here?" "People from the Papal Kingdom, something happened to you." Restarting the Myth. Author, Feng Chao Huang. Chapter 334. Bang. Wayne kicked the door of the church open, and Mona followed half a body behind. In the square in front of the church, the clergy of the Guardian Knights were lying on the ground. St. Patrick's Cathedral in Doolin and St. Paul's Cathedral in London are nominally at the same level, but because of the love-hate relationship between Windsor and the Holy See, St. Patrick's Cathedral has more power and background than St. Paul's Cathedral. Archbishop Hodgson of St. Patrick's Cathedral is a legendary wizard and has a well-established guardian knights. The Archbishop Gunther of St. Paul's Cathedral is a golden wizard, and the guardian knights were forced to disband and reorganize into a tactical team. If they really fight, the tactical team of St. Paul's Cathedral is no match for the Holy Light Knights of St. George's Church, let alone St. Patrick's Cathedral. Once the Holy See of the Heavenly Father integrates the faith power of the entire Windsor Federation, Archbishop Hodgson's position will be further promoted. Wayne looked at the kind-looking old man in front of him and said, "The Papal States are here, you are in trouble." "Young man, the envoy of the Papal States has the Pope's personal letter and the cardinal documents of the Papal States. This is the formal process. Do you have these things?" Hodgson was cheerful like an old man, and his words were full of the tone of a kind elder. He was steady and controlled. Compared with him, Wayne was a troublemaker who looked down on others with his nose relying on his strength. Extraordinary times require extraordinary treatment. As an envoy of the Papal States, I have to do everything as quickly as possible during the critical period without having to follow lengthy administrative procedures. Wayne insisted that he was from the Papal States. As a reincarnated angel, he called himself the envoy of the Papal States. The Pope felt that he was wronged. He was conservative and could be bolder. "Young man, I don't know where you heard this rule from, but I just have something to ask you on behalf of the Holy See." Hodgson put away his friendly smile and said seriously, "A large number of evil sects pretending to believe in God the Father suddenly appeared in the Republic of Ireland. According to my investigation, the mastermind behind the scenes claimed to be the envoy of the Papal State to deceive the local church and open the door for these evil sections. Am I right?" While Hodgson was speaking, a large number of clergy swarmed in. There were more than 50 people, both men and women. Some were knights of the Guardian Knights, some were elites of administrative units, and several old men with grey beards, with unpredictable auras around them. After hearing what the Archbishop said, they all showed their weapons, surrounded the front and back, and blocked the church door tightly. "You, the cultist who insulted the faith, will pay the price of your actions with blood. Blasphemer! Take down these two black magicians and burn them to death." XN. The clergy were furious. In just a few words, Wayne and Mona were labeled as cultists, blasphemers, and black magicians. The church has always been able to put labels on people. Mona looked at the scene expressionlessly, her eyes calm, and no matter how fierce the speech was, it could not cause a slight fluctuation in her heart at this moment. Since she confirmed the devil, she has entered a fighting state. Wayne is different. He has been reincarnated as an angel. Can he bear this grievance? It's impossible. His eyes swept through all the clergy present, and he wrote down their faces one by one. Who said what dirty words and cursed the son of the beach, remembering clearly. Tonight, everyone will be counted, and all of them will explode gold coins. Wayne's eyes were too provocative, and he looked like a devil from the evil camp, which made the clergy furious. It was the first time they saw such an arrogant cultist. Just as they were about to scold again, a woman with short golden hair and a white robe slowly walked over from the side. The woman looked indifferent, her temperament was even colder, and her golden eyes did not contain any emotion. She was like a machine, so calm that it was terrifying. Wherever she passed, the clergy shut up and respectfully made way for a passage. Wayne looked at her carefully. Although the woman was average in appearance, she had a flat chest. She was a wealthy woman with a lot of family wealth and built a private airport. Right, I can't afford it. Wayne took a look and then retracted his gaze, patted his butt and said, "Mona, I leave it to you." Mona was in combat mode. She was patted on the butt in front of so many people. A strong sense of humiliation came over her, and her body stiffened immediately. The shame was mixed with a little pleasure of breaking the taboo, which made her tired of dealing with it, but also a little unable to stop. Even more shameful. The angel who came to the world, that is, the woman with a flat face, came to Hodgson's side and just took in the scene, with a flash of disgust and disdain in her eyes. Angel, these two black magicians pretended to be envoys of the Papal States, supported a large number of cults pretending to believe in God, broke into the cathedral and injured. Hodgson scolded Wayne for several crimes, which caused everyone to denounce him, and then lowered his voice and said, "That woman seems to be an angel who came to the world, controlled by the Golden Rule Bible. You should be careful. I guess the man next to her stole a Golden Rule Bible." Hodgson's voice was not loud, just low enough, which not only explained the idea of low-key handling, but also ensured that the clergy around him heard it clearly. He deserved to be the leader, and the others were only worthy of being younger brothers. "I understand." The angel nodded lightly, spread his holy wings behind him, and slowly soared into the air with the holy spear in his hand. Mona was about to take action when Wayne took a step forward and spoke first. "This angel, the archbishop beside you, and the evil god and devil colluded to trample on my father's faith. He is the devil's lackey in the world. Are you sure you want to betray your faith, and fight for evil? It's okay to fight, but you must speak clearly before fighting. Don't let the misunderstanding end after you finish the fight. No matter whether people or angels, they all have to pay the price for their actions. It is always possible for him to set up and dig holes." The angel signed a contract with Hodgson, was summoned by the Golden Rule Bible, and descended into the body of a clergyman with a Holy Spirit body. She had cooperated with Hodgson for many years and had a happy relationship. As far as distance were concerned, she would only believe Hodgson. She would not listen to a word of what Wayne, a stranger, said. Putting aside the relationship, she saw with her own eyes Wayne's irregular claws, and the colleagues who were summoned by him were controlled. Their expressions fluctuated violently, and they dared to be angry but dared not speak. What is good and what is bad is written on paper, and even a blind person can see it. The angel was condescending, looking at Wayne with eyes full of disgust. His unabashed attitude made Mona very angry. She ignored the identity of the angel opposite, raised her hand and grasped the necklace on her chest, and used the holy spear of heaven that boiled with holy wool. The semi-liberated holy spear is over 2.5 meters long. She held the holy spear, spread her wings behind her back, and slowly rose up, confronting the angel in mid-air. "This is not a battle that you can participate in. Go and open the barrier to protect the cathedral," Hodgson gave the order. The devil became angry when his identity was revealed. A fierce battle was about to break out and asked the clergy present to evacuate as soon as possible. Except for a few old men with white beards, everyone else fled, took their respective positions, and activated the barrier of St. Patrick's Cathedral to ensure that the Father's majestic place would not be invaded by the devil. In mid-air, the angel looked at the holy spear in Mona's hand, a trace of surprise flashed in his cold eyes, and asked, "This holy spear should not be in your hands, where did you get it?" "From my master." The angels were silent. They had only one master, the Heavenly Father who was above all else. But obviously, the master Mona spoke of was definitely not the Heavenly Father. "You've fallen." "No, you were blinded by false lies." The communication between the two sides was very limited, each had its own reasons, and neither was good at convincing the other with words. Each raised its holy spear and saluted to save the other's last face. Boom! The two white lights roared and collided, and the moment the spear tips intersected, a dazzling light erupted, followed by a deafening roar and a violent sound shockwave raging down. There were cracks on the marble floor, and the colors on the murals gradually peeled off as they trembled. The surrounding stained glass windows were instantly shattered, and the glass fragments flew everywhere, being carried by the violent airflow and hitting the surroundings of the cathedral like a meteor shower. Omega WTTKNO. The clergy struggled to support the barrier defense and protect the cathedral from damage. However, as the battle became more intense, the energy fluctuations that escaped became stronger and stronger. They gradually failed to cope, and soon the magic power was drained from their bodies. The walls are mottled and the ground is in a mess. The once sacred and solemn place has now been reduced to ruins. Two figures of white light shuttled through the church, with white wings and cold and ruthless golden eyes. Each was wearing a suit of armor condensed by holy light. After passing by each other once, they all stopped. The two sides reached a consensus that if they continued to fight, the cathedral would only suffer. It was better to go to the square outside the church to decide the winner. Hodgson, open the barrier. The angel spoke coldly, fluttering his wings through the broken window on the wall. Above the square, Mona raised her spear and waited. When she saw the angel take his place, the golden holy spear drew a dazzling light. Even though it was somewhat restrained, it still contained the fluctuation of holy light that would destroy the world. The petals of the white holy flames fell down like petals, a chilling air intertwined, and the air thickened by the heavy pressure was suffocating. Under the moonlight, the spire of the cathedral pointed straight into the sky was cut off, and two white figures flew intertwined in the air. The shadows of the scorching white spears were densely stacked, making the cathedral fly into the dust and teetering on the verge of collapse. This is the result of a few old men with white beards joining the barrier defense, otherwise it would have collapsed long ago. There are layers of barriers surrounding the church, deflecting light and blocking sound, making it impossible for citizens outside the church to see the scenes of angels fighting among themselves. Wayne stood in the dilapidated church, his mind captured the trembling space around him, and secretly whispered something evil. Mona was still restrained and did not output full power. The angel opposite was also ridiculously strong, and was by no means an ordinary thing. Winning or losing suddenly became a little elusive. Devil, the church will be destroyed because of you, and you will pay the price with blood. Hodgson holds the Golden Rule Bible in his arms. Even though there is no one around him, he still sticks to his character. He speaks like a devil and shuts up like a devil. He is determined to throw the blame for himself on Wayne. Okay, stop acting, you and I know who the devil is. Wayne raised his eyebrows. I am indeed from the papal state. The Pope knows your bad behavior. Guess how long it will take for the papal state's army to arrive. Hodgson's eyes narrowed suddenly. His lies could only deceive him for a while. Once the papal state's army arrived, all the previous preparations would be in vain. Rightward arrow. Can't wait any longer. Hodgson raised his hand to spread out the life force field, and a holy light enveloped Wayne's location, dragging him into a white world filled with clouds. Similar to the heaven Wayne had seen, Hodgson once signed a contract with an angel with the Golden Rule Bible, and was fortunate to enter heaven and build his own world into the appearance of heaven. It cannot be called ambition, that is too exaggerated, it should be called tribute. Seeing Wayne standing in the middle of the sea of clouds with a confused face, Hodgson calmed down and asked while controlling Wayne's perception, when will the army of the papal states arrive, how many people are there, and which famous strong men are there? 7 angels in total. They came for the evil god. Your ambition and purpose have long been exposed, Wayne said in a daze. This is impossible, they can't react so quickly. An undercover betrayed you. That group of bastards, they agreed to offer everything to the Lord of Jealousy, and they also regained their sanity because of this, but they ended up being traitors. Hodgson was furious when he heard this, and he cursed. At this moment, 2 red lights approached, and the scorching air waves rushed in his face, frightening him so much that he hurriedly waved his sleeves and reorganized the matter to build a holy light barrier. Boom! The heat vision penetrated the holy light barrier, and Hodgson didn't have time to dodge. Most of his white beard was burned, and he looked extremely embarrassed. He looked at Wayne in surprise, not understanding why the life force field didn't work. Even if the opponent was a legendary wizard, he should have used the life force field to resist in order to avoid being manipulated by perception. What are you? It doesn't matter who I am, the key is you, kid. Wayne's mouth curled up. So you are a follower of the jealous devil, what a loyal undercover, 30 years and 30 years, in a few years you can be the Pope. Hodgson's face was livid, and he said coldly, so what, everyone knows that you are the devil, you are dead today. He. Wayne smiled heartily, raised his hand and took out a semi-finished philosopher's stone from his chest. As you wish, what's wrong with me being a devil for once? The black light rushed into the sky, black wings stretched behind Wayne, hands and feet extended, and the pale skin was painted with the 7 deadly sins of hell. Boom! 2 white lights collided violently, and after a brief stalemate, a figure fell to the ground at a high speed, smashing a big pit in the center of the square in front of the church. The heat wave rose, the spider web cracks spread in an instant, and the gravel and air waves burst in all directions. The angel stood up with the holy light spear, the soil at her feet was burned by the high temperature, and it flowed slowly like magma. She looked at Mona in the sky in horror, and she was also restrained. The opponent's power was far superior to hers, and there was another bottomless energy lurking. Every time she burst out with all her strength, Mona could fight back with even more powerful power. As angels who came to the world, everyone was unable to exert their full strength due to incomplete thinking and lack of flesh. Why are you so powerful? The angel had a vague answer in her heart. The opponent's rank was higher than hers and had more wings. Then she thought about it, it was too unreasonable. If it was a high-level angel, it should not be easily controlled by the devil. Even if the devil held the Golden Rule Bible, the high-level angel could tear up the cooperation contract at any time through the exemption clause. Moreover, this high-level angel had fallen and should not have such a strong holy power. The angel couldn't figure it out. For the glory of heaven, the holy flames ignited all over his body, forcibly summoning more power to come, and the armor on his body was covered with a layer of holy meaning, and the Golden Rule holy words were shining. Is that you? Mona looked down at the angel whose momentum was rising rapidly, and subconsciously read out the other party's name in heaven. She didn't know any but her intuition told her that the other party was called this name. Was even more surprised. A figure flashed before his eyes, and he said in horror, Archangel, you. No, the proud archangel could not be tempted by the devil and fall. What devil has such ability? Could it be that the devil just now was the Lord of Pride? Impossible, absolutely impossible. No matter from the perspective of the archangel or the Lord of Pride, it is impossible. Felt that he had thought too much, and was deeply ashamed of the idea of slandering the archangel's fall. His golden eyes ignited a scorching flame of war, and his wings spread out, and the terrifying energy fluctuations crushed the space. White light flashed, and the space turned into a turbulent flow wherever the wings moved. From a distance, the space where the entire St. Patrick's Cathedral was located was distorted. Mona held up the holy spear and drew the cross stigmata in the air. It was a very special structure, similar to a sword and a cross gauntlet, and also very similar to Libra. Golden light bloomed, covering Mona's figure. Umbra's running figure suddenly stopped, looked at the stigmata in front of him, put away the holy spear and wings, and said respectfully with one hand on his chest, Archangel, it's really you. Mona nodded slightly. The archbishop who signed the contract with you is the devil's claws. I personally verified that it is not false. You were deceived by him. Umbra nodded and said yes. The archbishop was no longer important. What was important was that the archangel descended into the body of a nun and was very doting, indulging. Umbra thought for a long time and couldn't find the right adjective. Mona smiled slightly. Umbra, my situation is a bit complicated, don't spread the news of my arrival. I obey your orders. As a member of the Legion, Did not dare to disobey the leader's orders. He put aside what he had just seen and heard and just thought that he was blind and saw it wrong. Nothing happened. The archangel has always been pure. Two figures folded their wings and landed on the ground. The stigmata of the cross disappeared, and the dazzling golden light also dissipated. In the eyes of the clergy, they only saw Mona raise her hand and draw a cross, and the angels on her side stopped fighting. The two sides shook hands and called a truce. So, who wins and who loses, our angels will not surrender to the enemy, right? Crack. The space crack exploded, and Wayne returned to the cathedral with a black object. Seeing the flat angel following Mona, he raised his eyebrows in confusion. With a well-behaved face, like a little sister, he was probably beaten into submission. It is understandable that no emotion is not equal to unreasonable. As long as the fist is big enough, the unruly angel will also obey. Boss, I have proved my purity and resolved the misunderstanding. This angel who came to the world has believed that you are righteous. Mona stepped forward and said. There were too many complaints, and Wayne didn't know where to start. First, Mona was no longer pure, and second, is it difficult to believe that he is on the side of justice? Wayne didn't say much, waved his hand and threw the medium-rare Hodgson at feet. Angel, he is a believer of the Lord of Jealousy. You have signed a contract with the minions of the devil. I'm afraid you have worked for hell for many years. Face turned pale. There is no need to elaborate on the angel's disgust for the devil. This heart-piercing remark is more painful than killing her. Boss, now is not the time to talk about this. It's about the devil of hell. Did you get any information from him? Mona said. Not much. Wayne raised his eyebrows. He had already polluted Hodgson's mind and body, stolen a lot of information from it, and seized a Golden Rule Bible, 4 keys to the Archbishop's warehouse, and 3 treasure maps. It can be said that he had a lot of gains. As far as the information in Hodgson's head is concerned, he took the initiative to contact the belief of hell and willingly became a believer of the devil, not because he was forced to do so. There is no devil in the plot of the Minotaur, but the clergy took the initiative to dedicate themselves. This wave of two-way rush is pure love. As for Hodgson's motive, it is actually simple. The clergy have too much information, including heaven and hell. Driven by curiosity, they tasted the taste of hell and became unstoppable from then on. They betrayed the Father Church at the speed of light. Wayne took out a new map from his personal space and drew a few circles with a pen. The landing points of these new cults are very particular. Most of them are built in useless places to cover up the real purpose. These few and St. Patrick's Cathedral form an inverted pentagram. After the sacrifice, they get in touch with hell, so as to open the door of hell and let the jealous devil's thoughts come to the world. The devil's plan may be varied, but there is only one purpose over and over again to come to the world. As long as you grasp the essence, the devil is still quite simple, never forgetting the original intention, and it will be the same for thousands of years. After listening to Wayne's story, Mona narrowed her eyes slightly, and a hint of murderous intent flowed from her eyebrows. When Wayne looked over, she instantly restrained herself. Mona, you are getting more and more obsessed with the devil, almost catching up with me, Wayne said sourly, needing to be coaxed. Mona was silent, because was beside her. She couldn't open her mouth, and couldn't play the previous mood, so she turned and said, Boss, there is no time to lose, I will go to clean up these evil gods to avoid other changes. No, leave it to me. I almost made a big mistake by trusting the devil. I hope you, the Archangel, will give me a chance to make up for it, said respectfully. Archangel, who is that? Wayne raised his eyebrows and looked at Mona, who also looked at Wayne and explained it through telepathy. She pulled a tiger skin to show that Wayne had a status in heaven, and by the way showed the holy mark, and the descending angel believed it without a doubt. Boss, you are indeed an angel, and a high-ranking angel with a very high status. It's said that it's a stigma of arrogance. Wayne was very aggrieved. Seeing that Umr was still waiting for orders, he rolled his eyes and was very unhappy. He patted his butt hard. Go, you two go together, try to catch 2 evil gods alive and bring them back. Umr listened to the slapping sound beside his ear, stunned and incredible, vaguely aware of the murderous aura of the leader, and hurriedly bowed his head to accept the order. It's not me who touched your butt, what's the big deal about releasing murderous aura to me? Umr was very aggrieved, curious about the relationship between the leader and Wayne, and imagined a twisted love. In terms of the aesthetics of angels, Wayne's human appearance is indeed quite twisted, and the archangel is destined to return to heaven, so this relationship has no future. The 2 figures walked away and disappeared under the night sky. Wayne turned around with a grim smile and stepped on Hodgson's face. That's so and so, and that's so and so and so and so, you guys just scolded the most fiercely. If I don't expose all the gold coins you have embezzled today, Lord Way's name will be written backwards. Restarting the Myth. Author, Fengchao Huang. Chapter 335. St. Patrick's Cathedral. The dilapidated cathedral lacks the sacred and solemn atmosphere of the past. It would be okay if it was destroyed only because of the battle. The foundation is still there. The battle between Mona and Umr is very restrained. It does not cost much to build and renovate. The person who ruined the atmosphere was Wayne. He held a golden rule Bible, worked hard for the light, served the darkness, and was more capitalist than the devil. In the cathedral, a group of clergy lined up in a long queue. Listening to the roar at the front, they were all frightened and had bitter expressions on their faces. It's over. The archbishop is a minion of the devil. The envoys from the papal state came to check and were slandered by them. It will be difficult for this matter to end today. Several old men with white beards lined up at the front, all of whom were golden mage practitioners. The strongest legendary mage was the leader of the Guardian Knights. Big. What's bigger? I mean, my lord. Who are you? Your Majesty, the ambassador of the papal state. Haha, you still know that I am the envoy. Why didn't you say what you scolded me just now? Why didn't you say it again? Each one of them was full of filthy words and insulted the clergy. The Holy See has been completely embarrassed by you. Wayne has recently been successful in trying to seduce others, pretending to be a good leader. A leader does not necessarily have to have a loud voice, nor does he have to be tall and powerful, nor does he have to be handsome. That is just the wishful thinking of the citizens of Stardo. The key to leadership is tone, which is 3 parts yang, 4 parts yin, and 93 parts moodiness. All in all, the Pope is the master. You rural cotters say you are what you are, and you have to obey even if you don't want to. Wayne looked at the white-bearded old men in front of him with a sneer. Feeling that he had offended them, he raised his chin slightly and raised his nostrils. Hodgson is the minion of the demon king of jealousy. He has recruited a group of fallen evil gods in the void. He wants to sacrifice himself, sacrifice the entire Republic of Ireland, open the door to hell and release the evil devil. As the senior leaders of St. Patrick's Cathedral, the Holy See has poured in countless resources to train you, but the result is not good. 1 or 2 of you have become an accomplice of the devil, making the Pope and his old man go to heaven to face the Father. Mr. Messenger, please don't say this nonsense. Hodgson has always been dictatorial and grasps everything big and small. We don't know. Shut up, you dare to quibble. Wayne kicked the medium rare under his feet and scolded. Hodgson said, you are all accomplices, and there is no good person in the entire St. Patrick's Cathedral except me. Everyone was trembling, and an old man with a white beard said, Sir Messenger, Hodgson knew that he was facing a dead end, so he dragged us into the water. You have the foresight to know that we are unjust. Haha, now you know that I am farsighted. What have I been doing? Wayne opened his mouth and cursed. lecturing a group of people so that they did not dare to raise their heads. He slowed down and said, in the entire St. Patrick's Cathedral, no one found out that Hodgson was a minion of the devil. You are sorry to the Pope, and even more sorry, Father in heaven. Sir Messenger, we are willing to accept the punishment. All we ask is that you say a few kind words in front of the Pope. What are you saying? Tell the Pope how incompetent you are. Lord Messenger, please take a step to speak. What's the etiquette of pulling and pulling? If you have any questions, just say it in front of everyone. Let me tell you, I don't tolerate bribery in my eyes. Don't think you can bribe me with money and beauty. There is no way. Wayne had a lot of strength and was young and strong, and he was quickly dragged to the corner by a few old men with white beards. Rustling.jpg. I can see that you guys were wronged. Rustling.jpg. So that's the case, it's indeed excusable. Rustling.jpg. No wonder I received an anonymous report letter. The investigation went smoothly. It turned out that you were secretly helping me. Rustling.jpg. Loyalty. The Pope will definitely reward you. The role of role models is powerful. Several old men with white beards set an example, and those who came after them followed suit and donated their meager wealth to prove their pious faith, their deep hatred of the devil, and their loyalty to the papal state. Soon, everyone became a contributor and contributed to the plan to eliminate the devil. Of course, there were a few exceptions. Thinking that they liked little boys, they thought that the envoy from the papal state also liked little boys. They were captured and beaten half to death on the spot, and they became Hodgson's accomplices. The evidence is conclusive and no overturning of the verdict is allowed. Polly, remember you owe me the house books for 3 mansions. Don't forget to bring them over tomorrow. It should. Bart, forget about the daughter. She is a married woman after all, but your granddaughter is at the age when she is growing up. Remember to send it over tomorrow and I will check her out. You are so generous. And Taylor, you actually have a shipyard in your home. I can't tell you are still a noble. I'm down and out. I've long wanted to sell the shipyard, but I haven't been able to find a suitable buyer. Lord Messenger has been a big help to me. Ha 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 xn. There was great joy in the church, and the papal envoys and rural cotters mingled together. The cotters were too moved to move. 2 expressionless faces stood outside the church door. Mona and Umr. X2. It can't be said that their faces are expressionless, they just don't know what expression to use at this time. The corners of Umr's eyes twitched slightly, and she couldn't figure out how the Vatican became like this. She whispered, "Archangel, is this really good?" "Don't worry, he is very good and has a special physique that attracts devils. This is very important to me." Mona evaluated seriously, and then said, "Don't call me Archangel, my name is Mona Hawthorne, and my angel master Wayne is the Archangel." "Archangel, have you ever found yourself a little fallen?" Umr lamented in his heart and did not dare to make any further comments. The Archangel seemed to be performing some important task when he came to the world, and it was related to the devil in hell. Her level was not high enough to know the details of the mission, so she didn't ask. In order to reshape the glorious image of the Archangel in his mind, he kept reminding himself that the Archangel was not afraid of sacrifice. In order to hide his identity, he made a series of absurd actions. "Yes, that's it. She's fine. Then I saw Wayne pat his butt. She's not okay again." Umr lowered his head and behaved, not as cowardly as a lofty and indifferent angel. Wayne took the scene in his eyes and secretly said that the arrogant altar was indeed not simple. He not only deceived the Golden Rule Bible, but also deceived the real angel. "Mona, are you done?" "No, not one." Mona shook her head slightly and said solemnly, "Several members of the sect have disappeared. The statues of the evil gods and the starry sky beasts have all disappeared. Only the contaminated fanatic believers are still there, and they are all insignificant little characters. Mona reported the results of the hunt, which were very unsatisfactory. The evil god was not only cautious, but also had a very strong intelligence network. They returned to the void immediately. She and only destroyed a few sect headquarters and did not encounter any evil gods. Arrive. The good news is that because the star beasts have withdrawn, the eggs that have not yet hatched have all become corrupted. This angel, based on your understanding of the devil, will they give up? Wayne asked He did not ask for the other party's name. The real names of angels and devils are of great significance in heaven and hell. Believers can use them to perform faith magic and will not easily disclose them to the outside world. Wayne knew that he was not an archangel, so to avoid causing more trouble, he only called the other person an angel. Said expressionlessly, the devil will not stop until it achieves its goal, especially the 7 demon kings. Since the jealous demon king is ready to open the door to hell, he will not stop until complete failure. Mona then said, Boss, maybe the devil has other plans. I thought so too. Wayne asked the experts for their opinions, and they coincided with his own. He firmly believed that the devil still has the power of the devil, and if can be brave enough. He picked up the map and looked at it again, frowning and said, I will ask them to inform the Papal States that the location where the gate of hell opens cannot be limited to the Irish Republic, it is possible in any country. Boss, can we get more information from Hodgson? Could it be that he conveyed secrets to the evil gods? Mona asked. He doesn't know much, and the devil doesn't trust him. Wayne thought for a while, raised his eyebrows and said, maybe we can try to use him to lure out those evil gods and jealous familiars. After hearing this, Mona nodded repeatedly, thought through her voice, and praised Wayne. Wayne grinned, returned the favor, and patted his butt. Archangel, why don't I leave first? My chest hurts. Wayne dragged the medium rare out, slapped the other person on the back of the head, and sent a message through his mind, asking him to contact his jealous familiar and find a way to trick him out. Hodgson was polluted, and his belief changed from Heavenly Father to jealousy, and then to Wayne. He obeyed his words. The moment he received the order, his mind connected with a corner in the void and found the familiar of jealousy hidden in the mysterious space. Mona and Umra's eyes sparkled with golden light, and their thoughts followed the fluctuations in the space, trying to find the specific location of that space. The effect is average. One is severely weakened by the seal, and the other has limited abilities. He has been groping along the phone line, but he has never been able to get the exact coordinates. Boss, this angel can find the devil's hiding place, but it will take a long time. Let Hodgson chat for a while, Mona whispered. What an awesome angel. When Wayne heard this, he couldn't help but take a look at Umr. He was ordinary and in line with the genderless physical characteristics of angels. He asked Hodgson to try his best to argue with the jealous demon Dorier, and try to keep the call time long even if he couldn't deceive the other party. At the same time, he learned from Umr's thinking tracing, used his own thinking to capture the fluctuations in space, and tried to find the location of the evil god and the devil. Ordinary golden mages can't do this, nor can golden mages like Sci-fi who can leapfrog challenges. Wayne relies on his exaggerated thinking attributes to capture spatial fluctuations and follow the phone line all the way up. Then, he discovered 3 kinds of thought fluctuations. Hodgson, Umr, and Mona. Wayne was surprised by Mona's rapid evolution. Ever since she got the divine blood of St. George, her abilities have been steadily improving every day, especially her thinking strength. She dared to catch up with him without any pressure. Wayne suddenly remembered the strange balance in Mona's body. He did not see the golden triangle. Life, space, and I were integrated into one, reaching another state of balance. This may be the so-called demigod. Wayne wrote this down as a practical case and prepared to go back and study it carefully. He was by his side when Mona evolved, and his mind recorded all the data. As long as he confirmed that this was the realm of demigods, his future journey would be much easier. Maybe you can achieve overtaking in corners with its powerful three-dimensional attributes. Wonderful. Mysterious space. Dark clouds rolled up the vortex, covering the four directions like a sky curtain. The vast land had no end, and the undulating mountains were occasionally glowing. Blue Ridge Parasite. The huge starry sky beast was dormant on the earth, breathing steadily as if it had fallen into a long sleep. Upon closer inspection, it seemed to be missing a tentacle and was slowly growing and healing. In a corner of the mysterious space, several pale and twisted figures covered in black robes discussed today's changes. Don't make a fuss. The chess pieces I planted in the Heavenly Father Church have responded. The black-robed leader, Smedley, the servant of the 7 demon kings of hell and the Lord of Jealousy, opened his eyes, and the fishy yellow light swirled, and he talked to Hodgson. How is it, has your identity been exposed? Who is targeting us? It's the envoy of the Papal States. You have gone too far. Even if I tried my best to suppress the news, the Papal States still notice the clues, Hodgson said angrily. That's normal. I've said before that it's the chosen continent of God. It's impossible to hide it from the Papal States. You should have been prepared. Now is not the time to talk about this. The envoy of the Papal States may have suspected me. I'm afraid that my explanation will not be very effective. Hodgson continued, in order to prove my innocence and for you to find the contact, I asked the angels to purge several sections. They were not arrested, right? There was a little loss. The previous preparations are no longer useful. Then what should we do? Can't the jealous master come? What about the gate of hell? Hodgson spoke anxiously. If Faith cannot come, he will be the first to disagree. Don't get excited. Just because the previous preparations are useless doesn't mean I only made one preparation. Smedley spoke in a gloomy tone, not without pride. The plan is very critical. Just in case, you should find a way to delay the people of the Papal States. It's difficult. The Papal States have been contacted over there, and I can't stop them. You can't do this well. Forget it. I will speed up the process. The gate of hell will definitely open, and our great master will come to the world. Where will the gate of hell open in the new plan? Still in the Republic of Ireland. To be more specific, I must worship the jealous master on the spot as soon as he comes. Heh, you're anxious again. Damn, this is not funny. Hodgson, I still need to operate the specific location and notify you later. You should find a way to delay the Papal States. This is the only thing you can do. Hodgson wanted to ask again, but Smedley directly cut off the contact. Now he couldn't even find the location of the mysterious space. The camera returns to St. Patrick's Cathedral. Wayne learned everything from Hodgson's thoughts and said helplessly, the good news is that the location where the gate of hell is opened has been determined. It is in the Republic of Ireland. The bad news is that the target is too large to be accurately located, and whether the devil really believes in Hodgson is still a question mark. Mona and Umra were silent. They did not find the exact location of the mysterious space, only a general direction. But the mysterious space drifts in the void, and its location is changing at any time. Looking for it in the direction will only alert the enemy. Continue to investigate. The gate of hell is so big that it is impossible that there is no prelude at all. That night, Wayne moved his luggage into St. Patrick's Cathedral and was flipping through the outline of the female student school article in the room. Chris worked hard all day and only created half of the outline. Seeing Wayne holding the outline for a long time without saying a word, he said nervously, "How is it? Is there anything to modify?" "No need to modify it, just throw it away to save trouble." Wayne made an assessment in his heart. Chris had no talent for writing. It was fine for her to entertain herself as a hobby, but there was no need to write books and publish them. She was not the problem of any particular problem. She was so bad in every aspect that Wayne could not find any fault with her. Senior sister, I still think you are better at love. No, right, Chris looked gloomy. Wayne held her hand and let the female student sit on his lap. It's not that you can't, but you are not good at this. As long as you grasp the right track, you will definitely be successful and become a great writer. But I am not good at love either. My own love is confused. At this point, Chris rolled his eyes at Wayne. With her fragmented love, she couldn't even find inspiration from herself. It doesn't matter. Think about it. If the protagonist is me, readers might like to read it. Wayne gave a thumbs up, with a little pride on his face. Chris spat lightly. The reason why the scumbag was stable and had not capsized yet was not because he was so powerful, but because he met someone who was willing to be deceived by him. Take herself for example. She once promised that even if Wayne was a devil, she would always like him. Wayne did not disappoint her. His unsightly operation was quite devilish. Wayne expected Chris to write a biography based on him. The protagonist was a noble young master in the upper class. Some magic elements were added appropriately. As long as it was cool enough, there would be no worries about not being able to sell it. Chris was unwilling. If she was asked to write it, this noble young master would only be loyal to one person, and the character setting would go astray as she wrote it. Okay, let me modify the outline for you. The protagonist in the first half is too miserable. It can be suppressed, but not too harsh, otherwise the cool article will become a tortured article, and readers will have no motivation to follow it. Look here, just show his downfall appropriately, and this part in prison must raise the reader's expectations and make the reader eager to see his revenge. Inside the house, Wayne is guiding Chris to revise the outline. He is almost the only one writing, so Chris has a pen name. Outside the house, Mona sat on the sofa blankly, recalling today's changes, feeling that she has broken down. She has received a lot of strange memories, and these memory fragments came with increasingly powerful forces, which had a strong impact on her worldview and even affected her rationality and choices. For example, she should be in the house now, instead of sitting alone on the sofa. Are these St. George's memories? Why can't I tell them, and the master can't detect them? If the memory keeps growing, will I still be me? Mona has a serious rejection of the new memories. Several times she was out of control and made choices based on the memory, which made her very scared, afraid that her personality would become more and more indifferent and more alienated from Wayne. Because of the strong resistance, the cross-eye pattern on Mona's back slowly opened, forcing her to accept the change. After a while of pulling, Mona gradually found it difficult to support. She gritted her teeth and stamped her feet, and walked into the house with discomfort. "Boss, there is something very important to discuss with you." "Ah, now." Wayne tilted his head and noticed that Chris's muscles in his arms were tense. He hugged her fiercely and didn't give her a chance to escape. "What is there to be shy about? They are all sisters." "Boss, Mona was a little embarrassed to speak, so she simply thought and transmitted her voice. She found a new tune, which was upgraded in all aspects based on the original disgusted face. In the future, she will play the angel who came to the world, arrogant and undisciplined, and Wayne will play the evil devil, and then, since you are pursuing excitement, just stimulate it to the end. You are worthy of being more and more professional. What channel have you watched recently, classical martial arts or campus life? This tune should be classical martial arts." Wayne said that this tune was too advanced and not suitable for a pure love war god like him, but who made Mona, it was nothing for him to suffer a little grievance. That night, Mona got what she wanted and suppressed her own changes. The eye of judgment was frightened and hid far away, not daring to continue to force her to accept the changes. If you have something to say it nicely, don't play such a decadent game. The next day, Chris was writing furiously on the desk with a face full of resentment. Last night, she became a spectator and didn't even have a mouthful of millet porridge. She was not greedy, but felt neglected. The secretary was really annoying. It was agreed that there would be give and take, mutual benefit and win-win, but it depends on you alone in that volume. I will write you into the book now. Wayne got up early and came to the cathedral with a full spirit. Hodgson, who was making meritorious service in redress of his crime, was still the archbishop at this time and was not dismissed or investigated. According to Wayne's order, he would contact Smedley from time to time. Smedley was a cautious and suspicious servant. Hodgson tried twice but failed to find out the exact location of the gate to hell, so he didn't dare to ask too much. "Boss, we can't rely on those clergy who only know how to make money for investigation. We should also take action," Mona advised. "Although they are unreliable, they are numerous and powerful. With such a large network, we will definitely gain something. We just need to wait for the news with peace of mind." Wayne studied the map and gestured the possibility of the inverted pentagram one by one. "Boss, is it possible that you can run into a devil when you go out for a walk?" Mona said seriously. "How is it possible? It makes me look like I am attracting the devil." Wayne was complaining and found that what Mona said made sense. Dragonheart Island was a remote enough place, and the blood tyrant was blocked by him as soon as he arrived. Not to mention the Thousand Eyes demon. He chased all the way from Genhe County to London, and he was recruited by the Thousand Eyes demon himself even if he walked at night. Do I really attract the devil? Yeah. Mona, that's too rude, at least hesitate for a moment. Wayne muttered, stood up and patted his butt. Then I'll listen to you. Drive out for a stroll, I want to see how much devil I attract. Boss, where are we going? Here. Wayne raised his hand and tapped on the map, which happened to be the headquarters of the Holy Church that was destroyed yesterday. He raised his eyebrows and said, "You said I attract the devil, then return the same way. If there are still evil gods in Ford Town, I will admit that you are right. The stronghold that was just wiped out yesterday is now stationed with a team of clergy. How strict is the defense? It can't be that the devil went back again because of the principle of darkness under the lamp. It's so funny, it's impossible, there is no such stupid devil. This is sure. You are listening to Novels at Bless Up channel. Wish you happiness and luck. Please subscribe to receive new novels. How do you feel about this novel? Please like and leave a comment. Restarting the Myth. Author, Fengchao Huang. Chapter 336. Feud Town. The black car stopped at the headquarters of the Holy Church. After a night of fighting, the headquarters of the Holy Church was reduced to ruins, and the ground of the chicken farm collapsed. Looking down from a high place, a large pit that went straight underground for 100 meters could be seen. The police station deployed a large number of manpower to maintain order at the scene, set up a cordon, and prohibited onlookers and reporters from approaching. The more it is banned, the more popular it is. The entire area around the Holy Church was crowded with people who were watching the excitement. Some people described the angels fighting the devil in vivid detail, and some people sold beer and drinks in the front row. As the rumor version became more and more outrageous, the citizens of Doolin heard the news and came to pay homage to the holy relics. Back and forth, the chicken farts of the whole town were pulled up. In fact, when Mona cleared the Holy Church, there were no witnesses around, and the townspeople had gone to bed early. When they heard the noise and ran out of the house, Wayne and Mona had already driven away. The reason why the rumor of the angel fighting the devil was spread was purely because the local Heavenly Father Church secretly made efforts to create rumors and take the opportunity to cut leaks. Because of this outrageous operation, many conspiracy theories against the Holy Father Church have emerged. The Holy Father Church is in the lead, and when the market is fully mature, the Holy Father Church will come down and step on the corpse of the Holy Father Church's devil to take over the market in one go. This is how the market economy works. This rumor is just for fun. It may be credible in other places. It is indeed the operation of the Holy Father Church. For example, in London, this method can be used because of the scarcity of believers. It is completely unnecessary for the Republic of Ireland. In fact, the believers recruited by the Holy Father Church have no faith at all. They only pretend to believe for the sake of free eggs. The Holy Father Church has a deep mass base in the Republic of Ireland. If there is no operation, there will be no mistakes. If it is honest and step by step, it can maintain its dominance. The operation of the Holy Father Church will only cause trouble. There is no need. Your version is outdated. It's not one angel, but several. I came from Doolin. There was also a battle between angels and demons in St. Patrick's Cathedral over there last night. Wayne squeezed into the crowd and took the opportunity to hone his rumor-making skills. It is good to have many skills, and this trick is very useful against Austin. My dear brother, did St. Patrick's Cathedral really explode? How can I lie to you? I was at the scene and saw it with my own eyes. It was gone with a bang, and there was a mushroom cloud. Wayne vividly described what happened at the time. The plot was ups and downs, and the continuous reversals were unexpected, which soon attracted a large group of spectators. Boss, it's time to get down to business. Mona clamped Wayne's arm, sealed it, and easily dragged it out of the crowd. Don't leave yet, I'll tell you the rest after dinner, and it's still this place. Wayne waved goodbye to the crowd, looked at Mona with dissatisfaction, and complained, "You said let me find the devil, I found it, but you asked me to do business again. Who is the boss between us?" "Boss, I'm just suggesting." Mona tightened her arms in her arms and increased the strength of the seal. "Tisk, you weren't like this last night." When mentioning last night, Wayne couldn't help but look strange. Mona was very good at playing an angel, unruly and cold, especially when Chris held her hands. She struggled violently. If you don't know, you would think she hated him. Of course, he played the devil well. Noticing Wayne's strange look, Mona blushed slightly, turned her head and looked away, not looking at him. Although the process was bad, the result was good. She got out of the situation where she was at the mercy of her memory and felt that she had found herself again. Wayne thought this tune was very novel, and he would continue to play like this in the future, which was exactly what Mona wanted. He found a suitable reason for himself, and he would use this reason to explain the expression of indifference and disgust when he applauded in the future. One got the mood, and the other got himself. They both have a bright future. Wayne took Mona to stroll in Ford Town. According to Mona, Wayne has a demon-attracting physique. As long as he is diligent enough, he will run into a demon once in 10 times when he goes out on the street. We generally call this survivor bias. I have encountered many demons, but that doesn't mean there is something wrong with my physique. The two walked into a restaurant and ordered some local snacks. They heard other people in the restaurant complain that all the eggs at home were rotten, and the Holy Temple might indeed be a cult. The two had a simple meal and continued to wander around Ford Town after eating. It was already past tea time, and they didn't see a single demon. What did I say? I don't have the physique to attract demons, and there are no evil gods who have returned in Ford Town. Wayne clapped his hands and prepared to go home to see if the clergy of St. Patrick's Cathedral had found any reliable information. Boss, I think you should go to the chicken farm. Mona looked at the ruins of the blocked Holy Temple headquarters in front of her, and a ray of golden light flashed in her eyes. Since we are here anyway, why not go in and take a look? What if we encounter the evil gods who have returned? Her sealing technique was very oppressive, and Wayne had no choice but to walk towards the ruins in the direction of friction. The place was under martial law. In addition to the police, there were several clergymen. Harrington was also there. When he saw Wayne and Mona coming, he immediately greeted them respectfully. "You two, are you here again?" Harrington was a little resentful, blaming the two for running too fast, causing him to be surrounded by onlookers, and he had been busy all night and had not rested until now. Running too fast is not the point is that he was not brought with him. "Aren't you that so and so? I seem to have seen you somewhere." Wayne and Harrington shook hands. "Just because you are here, I still have some things to investigate. Let your people evacuate the crowd as soon as possible. It is very dangerous here. There is a risk that the evil spirits have not been cleared out." Harrington nodded with a serious look. Knowing that Wayne and Mona were not simple, he decisively summoned the clergy around and used magic to disperse the onlookers. "By the way, I don't know your names yet." When Harrington was done, he turned around and Wayne and Mona were gone. "Just say a name, so as not to delay your investigation." The chicken farm of the Holy Church is far smaller than that of the Earth Center Church, but the source of eggs and the layout of the underground maze are exactly the same as those of the Earth Center Church, as if they were taught by the same teacher. Or perhaps, the Earth Center Church is an early pilot, and the Holy Church and several other newly emerging evil cults are copying homework. "You copied the wrong answer, you deserve to fail." Mona used earth magic to clear a passage in the collapsed underground maze, and found the location of the evil god statue according to her memory at that time. Thought capture, looking for missed clues. Wayne sniffed the wind, followed the smell of the void and dug out the melted remains of the statue from the ruins. After being refined by the holy fire, the gold nuggets were heavy and felt safe. It can barely be regarded as a gift from nature. A little gold could not arouse Wayne's smile. He held the remains of the statue in his hand, felt the pollution of the void, and waved to Mona beside him. "The statue also has the ability to pollute the outside world. I have a plan, maybe it will work." Wayne briefly described his plan. Still the same old routine, he pretended to be polluted by the evil god, so as to infiltrate the enemy to obtain intelligence. "Boss, do you need me to play a captured nun to consolidate your character as a devil's minions?" Mona smiled and thought of herself in the past. At that time, she would blush for several days if she was patted on the buttocks, so pure. "It can be arranged, we'll see what happens." Wayne waved his hand to let Mona stay away, thinking of the white robes of the Templars, thinking about the material, and put on a similar robe on his body. Mona left the center of the underground palace, restrained her breath and became invisible directly. She knew almost all of Wayne's secrets and was not worried that he would be contaminated by the void evil god. If the evil god had any ideas, it was not certain who would contaminate whom. Wayne held the gold nugget, and his mind simulated the information above, and his body changed accordingly. One arm turned into a pale tentacle, and the protruding meridians ran under the skin, crawling along the shoulders like earthworms all over the chest and neck. "Ah!" Wayne snorted, cleared his throat, and then screamed continuously. "Ah!" After a while, Wayne's body mutated widely. At first, it was somewhat anthropomorphic, but later it was completely shapeless. A ball of mud danced with rotten tentacles, and each tentacle was paired with flaming red lips. The red lips opened slightly, either human eyeballs or 2 rows of white teeth. In the sound of pain, a thought descended from the void along the statue, and the ethereal voice came into Wayne's ears. "My people, are you calling me?" "You, who are you? I am in so much pain." "No, I gradually understand everything." "My people, I am the Lord of the Temple, your Lord in heaven, the Lord you serve all your life." The voice of the Lord of the Temple gradually became majestic, and he watched Wayne's changes with joy. He could feel that this body had great potential and might be the carrier of his coming, so he said, "My people, my children, say your name in front of Faith." "Bruce." "Bruce, there is no need to struggle, let alone be confused." This knowledge is a reward for you. Mastering this knowledge will give you extraordinary abilities and eternal life. You are the angel of the temple, my messenger walking in the world. The Lord of the temple increased his thinking output. In order to ensure that the container of his coming was more perfect, he reshaped the gold into a statue and opened up an elemental space to Wayne to speed up the evolution. Eat more, and you can harvest leeks when you are full. The operation of the temple god is exactly the same as that of the former Lord of the Void. His self-confidence is also overflowing. He opens his own reserve of 4 elements space and lets Wayne in. This operation seems outrageous at first glance, with a kind of innocence. In fact, it is caused by poor intelligence. The temple god cannot see through the essence of Wayne's life. He only sees that Wayne has been polluted by him and has completely turned into his shape. In this case, the temple god has the power of life and death over Wayne, and can even descend to take over his body at any time. What's wrong with giving him some 4 elements? Can a little chicken eat up the rice mountain? Such a poor 4-element space, you evil god are not doing well, even worse than the Lord of the Void. Wayne secretly thought that it was unlucky. The pay was too low, not worthy of his excellent acting skills, and the Book of Greed was too lazy to open his mouth. He communicated with the temple god in his mind and said piously, "My Lord in heaven, your people bubbers are willing to offer eternal loyalty to you, so what should I do for you? Go on." The Lord of the temple was very satisfied with his ability to pollute. He did not doubt Wayne's loyalty at all and said slowly, "In the treasury of St. Patrick's Cathedral, there is a holy grail containing the blood of God. I give you the ability to parasitize others. Go and steal the holy grail. I will tell you where to send it later. Please rest assured, I will complete the task. Go, the sooner the better." With the help of the Holy Spirit, Wayne was able to reshape his body and return to his original human form. He put the statue into his chest and called Mona back to St. Patrick's Cathedral. "Boss, you really have the physique to attract demons. Don't talk nonsense, it's you who brought me here, and you are the one who attracted the demons." Wayne rolled his eyes. Mona looked at Wayne and nodded in agreement. It was not wrong to say that she attracted the demons. Wayne knew what Mona was thinking, it was nothing more than role-playing, and complained, "My skills are rusty. After the evil god reminded me, I remembered that the church has a warehouse. St. Patrick's Cathedral has a high status. There are probably a lot of good things in the warehouse at home." Mona's mouth twitched slightly. "If nothing unexpected happens, the cathedral will be invaded by demons today and the treasure house will be looted. My Lord Messenger, this is the holy sword of the former leader of the Guardian Knights. It cannot be taken away by the devil. Please think twice. This scepter is not allowed either. They are all holy objects and are of great significance to the church." In the cathedral warehouse, several white-bearded old men pulled Wayne's sleeves and gently reminded him that it was enough. It's okay for the warehouse to be stolen. Everyone's house will have a fire during the holidays, but it's too much to burn the warehouse to an empty shell. Wayne stopped when he saw that it was going well, and didn't care what the white-bearded old men thought. He had a good reason. "It's not that I wanted, but the devil specifically asked for these things. You are sad, and so am I, but as an undercover, there are always times when you can't help yourself. That robe is good, and the devil specifically asked for it. I think you are the devil. XN. Several white-bearded old men could no longer bear it. One of them said, "Lord Messenger, we have handed over what we should have handed over yesterday. If the devil takes it again, we will be in trouble again." "Really? You guys didn't protect the cathedral well, allowing the devil to come in and out freely and steal a large number of treasures." "I have no choice but to report this to the Pope," Wayne said in a business-like manner. XN. "Don't worry, it's just a talk. I won't embarrass you. What do you think I kept Hodgson for? Is it really just to prevent the enemy from being alerted?" Wayne sneered 3 times. The white-bearded old men suddenly realized that they were relieved without the pot on their shoulders, and praised him. "Lord Messenger is great. You have a long-term vision, a lot of ingenious plans, and you are tough. Great and tough." Wayne was ashamed to be in the same category as Pei. There was nothing to say to this group of insects. He threw a bunch of valuable or mysterious treasures into his portable space like shopping in a supermarket, and soon came to the Holy Grail. The Holy Grail sounds very sacred, but it is actually an old wine glass. Because the user is of extraordinary status, and with the gems and other objects added by later generations, it looks high-end and full of style. Rounding it off, it is about the same as the wine glass used by idols, and the market price has become indescribably expensive due to the licking dog. The wine glass that the Cathedral Catholic specifically requested is made of gold, with thick and smooth walls and golden lines, as if liquid sunlight is solidified in it, and a gentle tap will emit a melodious and deep echo. It is the sound of gold. What is the story behind this wine glass? Wayne weighed the Holy Grail in his hand. "My lord, this is the holy relic of St. Patrick. He spread the glory of the Father to Ireland and is a saint." A white-bearded old man explained the history of the construction of St. Patrick's Cathedral. The Holy Grail was used by St. Patrick and is the most precious treasure of the cathedral. The devil said that the Holy Grail once carried the blood of God. "Maybe it was the blood of St. Patrick," the white-bearded old man said. That period of history could not be traced back, and they didn't know. Wayne looked around and picked a few utensils similar to the Holy Grail to pack and take away. He checked and found nothing special about the Holy Grail. It was just an ordinary golden wine cup. The devil didn't want the Holy Grail, but the blood left in the Holy Grail. Saint Patrick should be an angel who came down. Why does the devil look for the blood of angels? The black car drove to the suburbs of Doolin. Wayne sat in the passenger seat and was suspicious. The Holy Grail and utensils similar to the Holy Grail were placed in the back seat. He didn't know which one was the Holy Grail that the devil needed, so he brought them all. "Boss, according to the records of the Vatican, the entrance to hell is sealed by heaven. The devil cannot enter and exit the human world freely, even if the mind descends. The blood of angels or devils in the human world can help the devil open the passage to the human world. Maybe it is because of this reason," Mona said while driving. "You know a lot." "I'm just guessing." Mona is a professional nun who has been studying faith for 30 years. Her reasoning may not be completely correct, but it is definitely more reliable than that of a layman like Wayne. Wayne didn't think much about it. The most urgent thing was to find these demons and shoot them one by one. Half an hour later, the car stopped in a deserted open space. There was no one around and it was very remote, far away from the road. After successfully stealing the Holy Grail, Wayne contacted the Catholic Church, who gave a coordinate and said that someone was waiting there. Mona pushed open the car door and got out of the car. Wayne turned into a group of tentacles and lay on her, pretending to be parasitic. Through Mona, a pure nun, he sneaked into and stole the cathedral warehouse. Mona came to the meeting place with an indifferent look, with 6 tentacles floating on her body, each of which was wrapped with a vessel. She herself was very repulsive to these tentacles, and there was always a feeling of being tainted deep in her heart. As soon as the thought came up, it disappeared because she recalled the tragic battle last night. The memory fragments are mixed with the arrogant personality, which constantly affects Mona's self. Mona gains true knowledge through practice and finds a way to resist memory interference. The effect is outstanding. His arrogant personality cannot bear to see these white and muddy scenes. As long as Mona mentions it, the other party will immediately stop. Swish, swish, swish. A black mist surged from the ground. In the mist, black poisonous snakes spit out scarlet letters and twisted around, turning into a figure wearing a black robe. Wayne looked intently, a tentacle stretched out, and he opened his mouth and said, "Who are you? You are not the God of my faith." The man in black robe is the human container of Smedley, the familiar of the Lord of Jealousy, and houses part of Smedley's thoughts. He can be regarded as the devil himself. His voice was cold, hissing like a poisonous snake. The holy temple god cannot come to the world for the time being. His power is too great, and there is no passage in the world that can carry him. That's why he sent me to meet you. Smedley subconsciously started to lie about his work habits. After he finished speaking, he remembered that there was no need to talk nonsense with a puppet and said bluntly, "You contact the Holy Father and he will tell you everything. The plan has been successful, everything is going smoothly, and we can start closing the net." In order to open the door to hell and let his master, the Lord of Jealousy, come to the world, Smedley took great pains and prepared several plans. Plan number 1 is simple and unpretentious. It uses the simplest and crudest way of sacrifice to forcibly call out the name of the Lord of Jealousy in the world, thereby breaking the seal between heaven and hell. This method is the simplest and consumes the most energy. When energy is extremely scarce, a large number of creatures must be sacrificed. Because the plan was exposed, Void Evil God had to be withdrawn and Plan 2 was implemented instead. Smedley's original number 2 executor of the plan was Hodgson, but the papal state envoy suddenly arrived. Out of caution, he did not choose Hodgson, only treating him as cannon fodder to attract firepower, and turned to other executors. While we were searching here, the God of the Holy Church over there sent good news. There was a little thief who didn't know the heights of the world. He picked up the remaining gold of the statue and was polluted by him to look like himself. Smedley felt that there was something fishy about the matter, and that there was too much of a coincidence, so he did not nod in agreement at the time. Now that he saw Wayne's appearance with his own eyes, he was convinced that the church god was not lying. The pollution is complete and the evil sect is to the end. This person cannot be an undercover agent, he is indeed one of our own. Stable. Smedley imagined the future and saw the scene where the gates of hell opened, the territory of the Lord of Jealousy was projected onto the human world, and the army of hell swarmed in and turned the human world into a second hell. His master gained powerful power over the 7 demon kings, and achieved supreme hegemony by unifying hell. He also made tremendous achievements and became his master's most trusted servant. On Wayne's side, he contacted the church god through the statue. The latter confirmed that the plan was successful and stopped acting on the spot. Powerful thoughts rushed out along the statue and penetrated into Wayne's body. "My people, I will give you the greatest reward for your loyalty. You will be integrated with your faith and become a part of me." The Lord of the Holy Church smiled strangely. When his thoughts arrived, he also moved the 4-element space. "Come over and start transforming your new body. The potential is acceptable, but the strength is insufficient. Let's strengthen it first." A large amount of the 4 elements poured in, and Wayne's screams and the laughter of the Holy Church merged together. For a moment, it was impossible to tell who was laughing and who was screaming. Smedley looked at the scene with cold eyes. Wayne was a foolish person chosen by the Lord of the Holy Temple. He dreamed of reaching the sky in one step. The Lord of the Holy Temple and other void evil gods were not fools chosen by the Lord of Jealousy. There is no love without reason in the world. Making a deal with the devil can only result in betrayal. "I'm ready, let's get started." After a moment, Wayne's pale tentacle body squirmed and uttered the voice of the Lord of the Holy Temple. He didn't know much about this evil god of the void. He only knew that the other party was chicken-flavored, crunchy, and extremely high in protein. In order to perform the evil god style, he cut each piece one by one. The tentacles wrapped around Mona's body, wrapping her tightly. "Murphy, you're fine, the others haven't come over yet." Smedley sneered, not bothering to expose the cathedral's little idea of eating alone. He waved his hand, and several holy cups hanging on Wayne's tentacles flew towards him. Smedley picked, and soon found the real Holy Grail that once carried the divine blood. His face was filled with joy. The moment he touched the divine blood, an inverted pentagram formation filled with black smoke spread out under his feet. Smedley's thoughts descended rapidly, his power continued to rise, and he muttered words, contacting the void to open a channel, allowing several void evil gods to return to the world. Now, let us welcome the great jealous master to the world. With Smedley as the center, a group of twisted monsters in black robes danced their tentacles, among which Wayne was the most twisted. Mona was surrounded by tentacles. She suppressed her nausea and asked through her mind whether she should take action now. They can come and leave. Wait until all the thoughts of the poisonous snake in the middle come to us, and then kill them to avoid future troubles. Don't worry, let's play with them first. Restarting the myth. Author, Fengchao Huang. Chapter 337. Together with Wayne, the seven void evil gods spread out an inverted pentagram representing hell at their feet. Black smoke and thick fog rolled up, forming black clouds at high altitudes. Accompanied by purple-red lightning, strange thunder projected coldness to the earth. An evil breath. There is a hint of sulfur heat in the coldness. It's the smell of hell. Smedley's power grew stronger and stronger, and soon expanded to an unimaginable level. As a familiar of jealousy, his power had exceeded that of the middle and lower-ranking devils among the 72 devil kings. Like a thousand-eyed demon. In the dark clouds high in the sky, a projection world slowly formed. A 1,000-meter-long black python was swimming around the world. It had fishy yellow eyes, venom-spitting fangs, black scales with the cold air, and the tradition of hell. The style is very inconsistent. This is Smedley's body in hell. He first came with his mind, and then with the help of the void evil gods, he projected his own territory to the human world, and then summoned his own body through this territory. It is very complex, requires a lot of human resources, and every step must not go wrong. Don't think it's troublesome, it's good to be here. How many devils can't find a way out even if they kneel down? Such as the Spider Queen of the Abyss, Malsha, and the Lord of the Night, Seth Horus. These devils are in the middle and upper reaches of the world. They are too powerful to come to the world in this way. The stronger ones, such as the 7 demon kings, have even more stringent conditions for their coming. In most cases, they can only come to a part of their minds, not even their bodies. As soon as I took one step, a collective alarm sounded in heaven. Smedley floated up, met up with the 1,000-meter python in mid-air, and was kissed and swallowed by the deadly snake, completing the combination of body and mind, and officially descended into the world. The combination of the two pushed Smedley's power to its peak. The pinnacle of the human world. He will be even more powerful in hell. The 1,000-meter giant python descended slowly, and before landing, it transformed into a long-haired man wearing a black robe. He had a handsome appearance, cold white skin, and fishy yellow snake eyes, adding an evil air to this face with deep facial features. In terms of presentation, there are some merits. The powerful aura shook the sky, invisibly imprisoning the space, and suppressed several void evil gods from being able to straighten their waists. Seeing this, Wayne also pressed down on Mona's waist. Mona was not very happy, and was rubbed hard by the tentacles a few times, and then she became more honest. How did I tell you before that you need to have the consciousness to be an undercover agent? Have you recently become stronger, more confident, Wayne thought through his voice. Boss, I thought you liked it? Ah, this. Wayne does like it, it feels great, and it satisfies his shameful male desire for conquest, but now is not the time to talk about this. Pay attention to the atmosphere, you are fighting the devil, you can't whisper. While Wayne taught Mona a lesson, he recorded his thoughts and information related to hell, and gained a lot of intelligence, saying that he had gained a lot. What did he say? At the critical moment, you still have to watch the devil. These guys are serious about it? I have descended into the world, and now it is time to welcome our great master, the Lord of Envy. Smedley spoke slowly. Because of his great strength, his words and deeds had an irreversible impact on the outside world. For example, in the area where he was, the space was viscous and almost liquid. It should have been colorless, formless, and incorporeal. At this moment, it melted into purple venom. Cancer cells generally spread crazily to the surrounding areas. In addition, the projection of the hell territory in the high-altitude clouds is more realistic. He is the strongest one Wayne has ever encountered among the devils who have descended on earth. A group of void evil gods praised the greatness of the Lord of Jealousy and murmured their pious faith. Smedley was surrounded by them, raising his hands high to hold the Holy Grail. The evil energy wrapped around the golden halo, stimulating the dim stain of divine blood, making it restored to its former glory. Wayne looked at the scene with bright eyes, found a simple way to activate the divine blood, and thought that he might be able to do it. Praise the devil, they are the porters of knowledge. Smedley muttered words, closed his eyes tightly, and hissed the letter gradually louder. With the help of the void evil god around him, the power surrounding the Holy Grail became more and more terrifying. A wisp of bright red floated up, and St. Patrick's blood recovered. Done. Smedley's face was filled with joy. Although there was not much perfect blood from heaven, it was enough to deceive the Damsel and open a channel for his master to reach the human world in his most powerful posture. At this moment, a ray of golden light struck from the side. Its momentum was as fast as lightning, and the holy power contained in it made Smedley dare not despise it. He rolled up the sticky space venom around him and corrupted it. The holy light faded, the holy flame was extinguished, and the light surrounding the holy spear of heaven dispersed, revealing the semi-liberated holy spear body inside. The golden light flashed instantly, penetrating the venom space, grazing Smedley who was dodging in a hurry, and shot straight into the distance. Holy light is warm in the eyes of believers in Heavenly Father's church. It represents protection, purification, and healing. It can drive away all negative darkness and is the purest light in the world. For the devil it's the exact opposite. Smedley's face was cut open by the holy spear, taking away a large piece of flesh and blood. Half of his face disappeared, his gums were exposed, and his flesh and blood were blurred. The holy flames were like gangrene attached to the bones, and his entire face was distorted in pain. The powerful holy will was even difficult for him to withstand and could not be driven away by conventional means. It was definitely not the magic of faith of a human magician. There are descending angels nearby. Why did it arrive so quickly? Smedley turned around and saw the sneak attacker. The holy spear of heaven came back and pierced the chest of the temple god. He screamed and fell off into a ball of wriggling tentacles, flopping and rolling on the ground, unable to be reshaped. Body. Mona raised her hand and raised the holy spear, and stepped on the tentacles under her feet according to the script. She had stepped on them often before, but this was the first time when she was wearing clothes. With this step, forbidden pleasure filled the body and mind, and the whole body felt warm, as if it was about to float. Memories that she had temporarily forgotten swept through her. An excited voice told Mona that it was time to step on it, and that she should be on top, not Wayne. Mona was so annoyed that she directly replied, "What's so exciting? She's always on top when she's not wearing any clothes." The discussion was too crude and included several sets of animated pictures, and the voice immediately faded away. Mona held a powerful medicine in her hand, which was very effective in targeting the situation. She fought back and won a complete victory. She spread her white wings behind her back, transformed into a white light, and rushed straight towards Smedley with the holy spear as the front. "Asshole, Murphy, you useless piece of shit." Smedley roared angrily, and the angel successfully went undercover under his nose. If word spread, wouldn't he want to replace the thousand-eyed demon and become the new joke in hell? Joke doesn't matter, devil, who doesn't have a few jokes on his body, the terrible thing is that he has no face to meet the Lord of Jealousy. The change happened so suddenly that Smedley didn't have time to think too much. He crossed his hands on his chest, and a venomous sword as black as ink was projected out, firmly resisting the incoming holy spear. Boom! The scorching white holy light surged, crushing the darkness in an instant, forcing Smedley to plow a long ravine on the ground, which penetrated into the low mountain 1,000 meters away, causing the mountain to collapse and the ground to crack with a roar. To deal with Umr, and in the cathedral, Mona restrained herself and did not dare to go all out, so the devil did not have this treatment. In the wilderness, she would only increase her intensity. Murphy, what's the matter with you? The pollution you promised is your life. You have been studying in the void for so long. The 6 void evil gods gathered around and first angrily accused the Holy Church God of making a big mistake, and then they all started talking and exchanged opinions fiercely with dozens of mouths. What should we do? The angel has already arrived. Our plan has been exposed long ago. It's not too late to return to the void now. Why are you running? An angel scares the shit out of you. It makes sense. Angels are just trying to save our lives. The devil of hell will make our lives worse than death. Running away now means offending both sides. There will be no place to stay in the future. Smedley and the angels are 50-50, plus we will definitely win. No, he was beaten so hard that he couldn't even lift his head. That's why we seem more important. Dozens of mouths concluded their deliberations within 3 seconds, confirming that their positions remained unchanged and vowed to follow hell without a second thought. The legendary mage is like this, but the legendary mage still has the same taste after his fall. Buzz buzz. In all directions, the magnificent holy light barrier suddenly formed. Priests in white robes emerged from nowhere, holding a Bible and reciting psalms devoutly to strengthen the power of the barrier. 4 old men with white beards guarded one side respectively. The center of the main formation was Hodgson, who had committed crimes and made meritorious deeds. Almost the entire Vatican elite of the Irish Republic was mobilized here. Seeing this lineup, although the 6 void evil gods did not panic at all, they couldn't help but retreat. Their intuition told them that the Holy See had been preparing for a long time, and this method could not be the only one. Will the Pope not come in person? The white light wings stretched out, the holy light enveloped the sky, and the white gun shadows fell in the sky like a torrential rain. The projection that penetrated the hell territory shattered the darkness into pieces. Good news, the Pope isn't coming. Bad news, more than one angel. Dozens of people spoke without discussing whether to run away. The barrier blocked the space, and the defense was amazing. They were clearly prepared. Since they couldn't return to the void, they had to fight their way out. You 3 go deal with the angels, and we'll destroy the barrier. Damn Hodgson, he betrayed us. I knew the clergy were unreliable, and these people who play with the holy light have dirty hearts. Murphy, how long are you going to scream? Don't pretend to be dead. Stand up quickly. Oh. Wayne stood up like a carp, 6 tentacles dancing in disorder, and slowly said, I suddenly thought of a good way to send you directly to hell without having to face off against the angels. Open the gate to hell. No, I'm faster. Wayne smiled ferociously, and 6 tentacles shot out suddenly, entangling 6 void evil gods in a flash of lightning. X6. A series of question marks floated across the foreheads of the 6 people, not knowing what this operation was. Rightward arrow. You don't want to live long, and you don't want to live anymore, so you take the initiative to send it to everyone's door to pollute it? Are you shameless and greedy for our knowledge? X6. The 6 void evil gods were puzzled, but one thing was certain. The Lord of the Holy Temple was an undercover agent and had already stood on the side of heaven. Murphy, are you crazy? You don't even look at yourself. Do you really think heaven will accept you? Don't talk nonsense with him. Let's get rid of him together. There is no need to show mercy when dealing with traitors. The competition between beings in the void is very simple. Appearance is power. Whoever has a more evil style of painting, who has more knowledge, has a louder and more polluting voice. The knowledge reserves of the 7 void evil gods are among the best. They are strong and weak. In a 6-on-1 situation, they are confident that they can kill the Lord of the Temple instantly. He. Wayne's tentacles danced and drilled into the bodies of 6 void evil gods. His appearance is power, and his appearance has a kind of strong beauty. 7 voices exchanged opinions fiercely. The ancient god's follower Togigai was so autistic after being scolded by Wayne that he went home to find his parents. How could the 6 inexperienced void evil gods be able to fight against them? If they honestly used magic to fight, Wayne's body suppressed the dark goddess and could not exert his full strength. Maybe they would really be beaten to a 50-50. Fight for evolution. The dark goddess thought it was great. Hula. Accompanied by the sound of the creeping tide, the 6 melted figures were intoxicated in the ocean of knowledge. Themselves and the knowledge became one, integrating their own shallow views into it, showing their understanding of life. Wayne retracted his 6 tentacles and swallowed all the 6 void evil gods. The Book of Greed feasted on them. Although the taste was average, it was better because of the variety of dishes. It was a pleasant meal. On the ground, 6 black robes were swept away by the strong wind from afar, indicating that 6 scholars had existed. After dealing with the 6 void evil gods, Wayne gave a thumbs up to the angel Umr who came to help. He didn't need to help. Although the evil gods were strong, they were not vegetarians. Go help Mona and kill the jealous servants as soon as possible. Umr stared at the changes just now, wondering what the archangel was entangled with. The leader's work was unfathomable, and there must be a deep meaning for enduring humiliation and seeking perfection. She couldn't figure it out, so she didn't think much about it, and waved her wings straight into the distant battlefield. This guy really believed Mona's nonsense and thought I was the archangel. Wayne shook his head helplessly. His status as a fake rose rapidly. Fortunately, he was not a devil, otherwise he would be able to become the number 1 brother in heaven in 3 years. Forget about the number 1 brother, that is the Father, a great leader of the positive heaven level. He doesn't have high requirements and is easily satisfied. He just needs to be a deputy heaven level. The vice heaven level seems to be the archangel, and I seem to have become one. Boom. Smedley had a hideous wound on his face, and he swung a black sword straight into the sky, with black light swaying, dragging a dark space twisted by venom, and his domineering momentum was unparalleled. The holy spear of heaven pierced straight down, blasting the space, and the cracks and fragments spread out like ripples at a rapid speed like a tide. Wherever the frenzy passed, before it touched Smedley, it shook the holy light barrier in the distance. The darkness soared into the sky and fell to the earth at a faster speed, stirring up dust and rumbling the earth. Smedley came to the world in a nearly perfect form, with his body and mind closely matched, and I don't know how many demons he envied, but even so, no matter how he turned the world upside down, he was always firmly suppressed by Mona. The dust cleared. Smedley was covered in poisonous blood, and the ground beneath his feet was contaminated by the poison and turned into black mud. He held a black sword in his hand, panting and looking up at the sky. He couldn't win at all. Just as he was thinking, another winged figure descended, and 2 angels, one on the left and one on the right, looked down at Smedley and made him see no possibility of winning. Am I going to die here today? Life has ups and downs, and the devil is the same. Smedley found the Holy Grail and just stepped onto the peak of his ghost life. When he was full of ambition, the situation took a sharp turn for the worse, and he fell directly from hell to heaven, without giving him any time to breathe and adapt. Smedley could tolerate failure, but he could not tolerate the failure of the great gift he presented to the Lord of Jealousy. He roared, and the black sword swung out, turning into a black lightning that rushed straight into Mona's brow. His handsome features were distorted, removing the false appearance of humans and showing his true appearance in hell. 1,000-meter-long python crawled on the ground, its scarlet tongue spitting out like a tongue of fire, and its two cold snake pupils stared at Mona, injecting a large amount of venom into the space where she was. Ding! Mona waved her spear, accurately controlled the direction, and knocked the attacking black sword far away. Looking at the devil below, her eyes were filled with murderous intent. Memory fragments attacked, and the voice sounded again, telling Mona to kill them all and not to show mercy to the devil. This time, Mona did not refuse. She herself had a strong obsession with the devil. The obsession of killing. The holy spear of heaven shone with glory, and the holy word of the golden rule turned into a belt around it. At the moment when the light shone to the extreme, the burning white holy flame lit up, twisting and melting the space, burning the surrounding venom to ashes. Below, Smedley opened his bloody mouth and rushed straight to the sky, wanting to swallow the two angels at the same time. Looking at the open snake kiss, Mona raised the holy spear, urged the golden rule holy words to transform into the shadow of an angel holding a sword, pierced Smedley's head, and nailed him to the ground. Too brutal. Wayne watched from a distance, and sighed again that St. George was powerful. Just a trace of blood made Mona evolve to this level. I feel that the Book of Greed is just average, and Mona is the one who is cheating. Clang. The black big sword fell steadily at his feet. Wayne waved his hand and rolled it into his personal space. The thing is good, and it matches his semi-finished Philosopher's Stone very well. Now it is more like pretending to be a devil. Weapon add 1, Holy Grail add 1. Wayne was picking up leaks on the sidelines, having a lot of fun. The camera returned to the main battlefield. The kilometer-long snake was nailed to the ground by the completely liberated and enlarged Holy Spear of Heaven. The long tail swept and twisted, and the snake body tightly wrapped around the Holy Spear and struggled, touching the holy flame on it, and the holy flame burned all over the body, which was even more painful. Smedley tried to extinguish the holy flame by continuously secreting venom, but the holy flame he encountered today was completely different from the past. Even if he used the 7 deadly sins Divine Comedy at the bottom of the box to fight, it could only delay the burning trend of the holy flame, but could not extinguish it. Umber was a little at a loss as to what to do, holding the holy energy spear at the side. Because he was a man of few words, he was not even considered an atmosphere member. Angel, Mona, do you need to keep a prisoner for torture? No, I never leave anyone alive. Mona's eyes were cold, and there was a sea of blood deep in her memory. Smedley was burned to the bone by the holy flames. After the smelly venom dissipated, the surface turned golden, and a mellow aroma of meat floated in the air. Wayne moved his index finger, and the holy flame roasted the devil. The aroma was enough, but he didn't know how it tasted. Curious.jpg. Smedley roared angrily, knowing that he could not personally offer the world to the Lord of Envy, so he was ruthless and kept doing nothing, using himself as a container to praise the power of the Lord of Envy. As the weird melody sounded, the air suddenly sank, and the collapsing hell projection in the sky seemed to be healing. Umber has rich combat experience, and this is not the first time he has seen such a scene. In addition, the Archangel is by his side, and he projects the energy holy spear in no hurry. The moment it penetrated the projection of the hell territory, the light and shadow of the holy spear spread out into pure white feathers, and white chains were crisscrossed and woven, forming a seal similar to the gate of heaven. Smedley's voice of praise became louder and louder, and finally roared out, "My master, Smedley will offer you everything, including my broken mind and body, just to ask for your divine power until the end of the world." As soon as the words fell, the giant python's eyes turned grey and lifeless. Mona did not take back the holy spear of heaven, but increased the intensity of the holy flame. Not only Smedley's body, but also the world contaminated by him was burned away without leaving any trace behind. It's somewhat extreme. Boom. The black beam of light rose into the sky, and its starting point was not in the projection of the Hell territory, but in Smedley's remains. The cold will rolled across the border, wiped out all sound and light, and dragged the world into boundless darkness. The holy light barrier that blocked the surrounding area was also cast in a layer of black light at this moment. The seal of the heavens gate high in the sky shook, as if some huge creature was impacting the door. The white chains bear the unbearable weight and shattered. The cracks of the heavens gate wandered around until they shattered. Feeling the terrifying pressure in the air, hurriedly looked at Mona. The latter had a cold expression, but only the golden light and Holy Spirit boiled in her eyes. This is. Wayne's heart tightened, and he raised his hand to press on his chest, sensing the awakening of the dark goddess, who also noticed changes in the outside world while sleeping. If you dare to show up, don't go back. Wayne intensified the pollution, trying to instantly turn this part of the dark goddess's mind into his own shape. As soon as the dark goddess opened her eyes, she saw the boundless sea of white roaring down. She was afraid of living in the basement and was covered in white. She hurriedly fell into a deep sleep and refused all communication with the outside world. High in the sky, the fragments of Heaven's Gate fell, transformed into the original form of holy light energy, and merged into the air, barely bringing some light to this dark world. The clergymen outside the barrier were stunned, looking at the pitch-black barrier, wondering which powerful devil had come to the world. Having said that, they had some guesses that it was not an ordinary devil, but the 7 demon kings located above the entire hell. The projection of the hell territory twisted and deformed, slowly shrinking, and finally formed a figure that was the same size as an ordinary person. The man has long hair, shawl and eyes like stars. He is extremely handsome and noble. He wore an extremely gorgeous purple robe with 3 patterns of gold, white and black painted on it, like slithering poisonous snakes. When the robe danced in the wind, these poisonous snakes also started to move. The Lord of Jealousy. Jealousy closed his eyes and took a deep breath, and said intoxicatedly, "Smedley, you have done a great job. I will reshape a familiar in your name so that your loyalty can be passed down." He opened his eyes, saw Umr, ignored it, saw Mona, smiled slightly, and then stunned for a moment. "How? It's you." Restarting the Myth. Author, Fengchao Huang. Chapter 338. The Lord of Jealousy looked at Mona in surprise, thinking that he had made a mistake. He looked closely and saw that it was indeed the soul of Archangel Hexunyo. They were old acquaintances, so he would not make a mistake. Looking at the holy light barrier that sealed the surrounding space, apart from the weak defense, it was full of conspiracy, just like the tactics that the angels were best at. It was an old trick, so he would not make a mistake. In this case, whether his coming was Smedley's original intention or not, it was a question mark for the time being. I felt that I was tricked by the angels again. The Lord of Jealousy saw the disgust of the Lord of Pride on his face, and said disdainfully, "Hexunyo, why did you summon me to the human world? If you are bored and want to find old friends to reminisce, I can introduce you to a few other old friends." Mona looked cold, holding the holy spear of heaven in her hand, and the golden light in her eyes was so strong that it almost turned into substance. Fight. The Lord of Jealousy pondered for a moment, always feeling that something was wrong, but since he had come, retreating without fighting would be a disgrace to the reputation of the Demon King. If the joke reached the ears of Arrogance, he would definitely take the opportunity to ridicule him severely. "Well, let's have some fun." The Lord of Jealousy waved his hand, and his mind reshaped the matter, summoning a black and inky sword, which was exactly the same as the weapon used by Smedley. Obviously, Smedley paid tribute to his leader in the choice of weapons. You go and strengthen the seal." Mona held the holy spear in her hand, and the golden rule wrapped around the spear body. As she waved her hand and gently stroked it, the holy spear seemed to unseal, and the light of dawn slowly awakened. The tip of the spear was flowing with brilliant light, and the light was like a liquid golden waterfall, pouring down from the tip of the spear, leaving a series of gorgeous light tracks in the air. The golden stars inside are dotted, independent but shining together, forming a magnificent starry sky painting, and like a golden staircase leading to heaven, leading believers to the sacred and bright land. Umra flapped his wings to cut through the darkness, standing on the edge of the holy light barrier, with his wings spread behind him, and his feathers extended, turning into dense white chains, blocking the space and stabilizing the barrier. The shadows of the 6 gates of heaven followed, forming a stable hexahedral space barrier. The light suddenly surged, dispelling the dark fog, rendering this independent world into a warm day. Outside the barrier, the clergy led by Archbishop Hodgson could not see what was going on inside, but only knew that the holy will was majestic. The sound of heavenly bells rang in their ears, and they subconsciously recited the Psalms in the Bible. The power of pious faith was injected into the barrier, and the shadow of the gate of heaven became more and more solid. Inside the barrier, Wayne frowned slightly when he heard the words of the Lord of Jealousy. The name Hexunio was often mentioned in the Bible. Archangel Hexunio, a high-level angel, one of the 4 archangels and the archangel, represents water among the 4 elements, and is a deputy heaven-level cotter. So, the real name of St. George in heaven is Hexunio, one of the 4 archangels? Wayne tilted his head. No, St. George's image is a male knight, and Hexunio is recorded as a female in the Bible, so the gender does not match. After thinking about it, it should be that he is narrow-minded, and gender does not need to be too rigid. Besides, angels have no gender at all. St. George is a woman in heaven, which does not affect his being a man on earth. It is reasonable and there is nothing wrong with it. It is in line with the neutral characteristics of angels. Until now, Wayne still has no doubts about Mona. He trusts his secretary too much and regards the changes in Mona as the influence of St. George's blood. In addition, the Lord of Jealousy also blamed St. George for calling Mona. The master-servant contract was solid, and Mona wanted everything as usual, and she could go up to the hall and down to the balcony. Wayne never considered the possibility that she was the last reincarnated angel. It was so funny. How could a real reincarnated angel find a fake reincarnated angel and sell herself with a contract? This was too shabby. Impossible, impossible at all. The Lord of Jealousy was wearing a robe, holding a black sword, and dancing with long black hair, connecting the void to drag out a piece of abyss that swallowed everything. The dark sword flowed with dark magic light, accompanied by thunder vibrations, shaking the sealed space, rendering the area where he was in a dark. Where light and darkness meet, black and white are clearly distinguished, and the collision of pure energy spreads layers of ripples and waves, submerging everything around. As the momentum of the 2 figures continued to rise, the Lord of Jealousy could not bear it first. He descended to the world because Smedley sacrificed himself forcibly, so his thinking was limited and far from his heyday. In addition, his descent today was full of strangeness, so he suspected that Hexunio did it deliberately, so his fighting will was not very strong. Boom! The black sword dragged the boundless darkness and swallowed it in an instant. The dark sword light split the air, leaving black cracks, and the energy of destroying the world seemed to tear the whole world apart. Mona took the holy spear to fight, and the golden rule burst into brilliant light, illuminating the darkness and dispelling the negative darkness that attacked. The battlefield was dusty, and the moment the 2 figures crossed, the earth could not bear the burden and fell down suddenly, and cracks in the ground tore apart. Everything in sight trembled at this moment. The Lord of Jealousy was still testing something, and Mona opened fire at full power, directly pushing the battle to a white-hot stage. The holy spear was fierce, splashing thousands of feet of golden light, and suppressed the Lord of Jealousy as soon as they fought, making him tired of parrying, and his face was covered with dirt and quite embarrassed. This woman is crazy. The Lord of Jealousy cursed in his heart. He was just a thought that came to the human world. It was not worth bragging about defeating him. What a big grudge. Was it necessary to fight to death when they met? If you have the leisure time, why don't you sit down and chat? He offered his advice and worked with Hexunyo to formulate a plan to eliminate the Lord of Pride. By then, Hexunyo will be successful and famous, and he will be second to none in heaven. He will get the territory of the Lord of Pride and sit firmly on the throne of the leader. Everyone will have a bright future. Isn't it wonderful to join forces and win together? The Lord of Jealousy was embarrassed to defend himself. He came inexplicably, fought inexplicably, and there was also the inexplicable Hexunyo. Could it be that the Lord of Pride was calculating behind the scenes and wanted him to become a new joke in hell? The Lord of Jealousy was suppressed by Mona and was passive throughout the whole process without any room to fight back. His embarrassed appearance was very similar to Smedley just now, and he was almost pressed to the ground. Wayne. As expected of his personal secretary, he is powerful and violent in fighting style, and his speed of cheating is almost catching up with him. In addition, the devil of hell is just like this, so he can beat him. Two figures fought in the sky, and in the blink of an eye, more than 100 rounds were over. The Lord of Jealousy became more and more suspicious. Looking at the 100-meter holy spear slashing from the sky, he roared and raised his sword to block it. With a loud bang, the violent energy shockwave pushed the black and white colors far away, bombarded the 6 gates of heaven, and knocked open the ripples. Umbra snorted lightly. Although she was far away from the battlefield, she was the one with the most pressure in the whole field. The Lord of Jealousy held the holy spear, and his dark eyes flashed with sharp light. He just wanted to go through the motions. Not wanting to fight does not mean that he is easy to bully. Hexunyo could have exiled him directly, but he repeatedly teased him in an almost insulting way. In this case, he should be a little more serious. Boom! The terrifying black abyss rose from the ground, and darkness surged from the abyss like a tide, swallowing up all the light around. The Lord of Jealousy forcibly drew out part of his thoughts and descended. The breath of death and fear spread, and the suffocating sense of oppression solidified the space. The cold and fierce dark eyes flashed with the madness of devouring all life and souls. Boom! Darkness descended. The Demon King's momentum soared, and the great sword slashed down, hitting the holy spear of heaven. The terrifying power was above everything. There was no need for fancy skills. Just one blow knocked Mona to the ground. In the dust flying all over the sky, the holy light of heaven was suppressed to a corner by the darkness. The angel Golden Rule suddenly rose, and several golden belts manifested golden chains, running through the dark area, entwining the limbs of the Lord of Jealousy and dragging him out of the darkness. Mona held the golden belt with one hand and raised the holy spear with the other hand. The eye of judgment behind her shone, and a cross-shaped golden pupil phantom appeared in the air. The bright light carried infinite power, burning the Lord of Jealousy's thoughts, dispelling negativity and the 7 deadly sins he was proud of. The 7 deadly sins, chapter of jealousy. The golden chain contracted, Mona suddenly pulled the Lord of Jealousy towards her, and with the other hand, she held the holy spear of heaven under her armpit and stabbed the Lord of Jealousy who was approaching rapidly. The Lord of Jealousy was pierced through the chest by the holy spear while screaming. The next second, his figure disappeared, and when he appeared again, he stood in the darkness with a pale face. The Lord of Jealousy's face became even weirder. I don't know what he thought of, and he laughed loudly. So that's it, Hexunyo, I know what you are going to do. You came to the world through reincarnation, and your power has not been fully recovered. You want to use me to stimulate more power. Good plan, no wonder I succeeded in coming under your nose. The Lord of Jealousy laughed wildly, and the laughter gradually cooled, and a trace of ecstasy flashed in his eyes. Mona was expressionless, which formed a sharp contrast with him. Influenced by Hexunyo's memory fragments, she allowed Smedley to call the Lord of Jealousy to come, and used the other party as a whetstone to accelerate her awakening. However, Hexunyo's purpose is not limited to this. She was sealed. Because of the seal of the curse of hell, she could not take over her current body completely. As a bystander, she watched Wayne go up and down on her body in silence. After the angel reincarnated and came to the world, he awakened himself step by step through contact with the holy light. In this process, the memory of heaven and the memory of being a human slowly merged into one, forming an independent and single personality. Compared with the long memory of the angel, the memory of being a human is not worth mentioning. The final personality can only be the angel himself, and will not be affected by human memory. The two are not proportional. Angels can completely delete or ignore human memories to avoid polluting their own purity. Such as Kerr, a believer of the multi-turret cult. After the angel Kirer awakened, he had no idea of integrating Kerr's memory. He regarded this bad memory as a tumor and refused to admit that Kerr was his reincarnated self. He regarded Kerr as a tool to cover himself and would not show up unless necessary. This is the arrogance of the angel, and also the purity of the angel. Hexunyo's operation was slightly better. He considered integrating Mona's memory and treating himself as a human being well, regarding it as a spice in his long life, and reading it to relieve his fatigue when he was bored. Unfortunately, she just had the signs of awakening, and before she opened her eyes, she was sealed by the Lord of Pride walking in the world. Hexunyo, who was reincarnated as Mona, began to look for the reincarnated angel. While searching, he sent himself to Wayne's mouth. The latter was also not vague, and repeatedly made Mona unable to eat. This was an accident. The Lord of Pride did not do anything. When he learned about this, his expression was extremely rich. He couldn't continue in one breath, and almost laughed to death on the spot. After Wayne got the blood of St. George, he helped Mona evolve into the angel sequence. He accidentally tore a corner of the seal, allowing Hexunyo to break through the seal and return again. At first glance, it was unbearable to watch. Hexunyo no longer had the idea of merging memories. He wanted to wake up directly and stomp Wayne to death. He disliked him to the extreme. Unfortunately, he couldn't stomp him. The arrogant seal has always existed. Hexunyo can't wake up completely. He can only use the arrogant memory to influence Mona little by little to complete the complete fusion of the two. This process is very slow, so slow that it is hard to say which memory will be the main one after awakening. Hexunyo was unwilling to be controlled. He repeatedly influenced Mona, and was repeatedly forced back by the white turbid picture. He gritted his teeth and stomped his feet, and then he had today's operation. She wanted to use the 7 deadly sins of the Lord of Jealousy to fight poison with poison, completely smash the curse of hell, fully awaken herself, and delete Mona's memory and the terrible master-servant contract. Then stomp Wayne to death. The bad daily life continued every day. Hexunyo could not bear it any longer. He knew that releasing the Lord of Jealousy was very risky, but he could not help but choose to borrow the power of the devil. Her situation was extremely complicated. The Lord of Jealousy was not clear. He only knew that the Archangel was playing with fire and chose to cooperate with the devil for personal interests. This is the rhythm of degeneration. The Lord of Jealousy laughed at Hexunyo's fantasy. Since the other party took the initiative to deliver it to the door, he accepted this gift to guide the Archangel to fall. Ha ha ha. The Lord of Jealousy's fighting spirit surged to the peak at this moment. His smile came from the heart and was not concealed. He gradually attracted the thoughts of hell, so that his power in the world was enough to crush his old friend in heaven. There is no territory of the Lord of Jealousy in the world, and there is no flesh for his thoughts to reside. His behavior is very crazy and unwise. Once his thoughts are damaged in the world, the power of hell will also be severely damaged. But compared with tempting an archangel to fall, even if there is only a 1 in 10,000 chance, this sacrifice is worth it. As long as he succeeds, the jokes of heaven will spread to hell, and his prestige will reach the top, surpassing the Lord of Arrogance in one fell swoop. In this case, why not take a gamble? Hexunyo's strength has been greatly reduced, far from the peak level. In the field, there is only a non-threatening little angel and a human looking up at the sky. Stupid husband, not very smart at first glance. Will win. The Lord of Jealousy's fighting spirit sword, wielding the black sword to slash at Mona, the black light flashed, infinitely extending to the edge of the barrier, the black crack easily tore open the door to heaven, and a touch of darkness enveloped the world. If the Lord of Jealousy wanted, he could take this opportunity to invade the world, but he didn't do so. He wielded the sword to oppress Mona and humiliated her in a condescending tone. It's not that he doesn't have the ambition to conquer the world, but the archangel in front of him is more cost-effective. Hexunyo, where is your power? You want oppression, you want a stepping stone, I fulfilled your wish, where is your power, why haven't you awakened yet? What's wrong, have you lost your memory, have you forgotten your name? The Lord of Jealousy vented his power wantonly, and seeing the archangel struggling to defend himself, no longer as glorious as before, he was full of pride, and was happier than riding on the head of arrogance and being domineering. It feels like the demon life has reached its peak, which is much happier than conquering the world. Clang. The holy spear held the dark magic sword, Mona's arms trembled, the holy light wandered around her body, and barely opened a piece of light. Deep in her heart, Hexunyo's memory told her that if she accepted these memories and didn't reject them, she could find her true self and gain more powerful power. Mona didn't want to accept these memories. She knew very well that once she was affected by them, she would become more and more repulsive to Wayne. At that time, she was cold and ruthless, not herself at all, not even herself, let alone self. Crack. A crack exploded in the heavenly spear. The angel Golden Rule was defeated by the 7 deadly sins and was defeated across the board. The crack spread more and more until it covered the entire heavenly spear. Strands of venomous snake-like darkness penetrated the gap, forced back the light, and entangled Mona's hands. Once the 7 deadly sins entered her body, purple-black veins instantly appeared on Mona's arms, extending little by little to the face of her shoulders, and a wisp of black mist also appeared in her sacred and noble golden pupils. Mona was shocked and chose to accept the cold memory. The name of Hexunyo flashed in her mind, and she was stunned immediately. If she is the last reincarnated angel, then, who is not? Kerr. At the same time, Hexunyo was happy to get the 7 deadly sins. She realized that the method of fighting poison with poison was indeed effective. The seal began to loosen, and her awakening momentum became more and more. Boom! The pale fist approached rapidly, and in a flash, it pressed hard on the laughing face of the Lord of Jealousy. The latter's pupils moved slightly downward, and he saw a sick faceless man wearing pale armor. The next second, his neck stretched out, the world spun in front of his eyes, and his body flew out uncontrollably. Mona, are you okay? Wayne, who had transformed into a pale knight, came to Mona, and felt the dark goddess's thoughts in his chest, which were not in chaos, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Whether to suppress the dark goddess with all his strength, or to fight the devil with all his strength, when Mona was contaminated by the 7 deadly sins, he chose the latter without hesitation. The dark goddess had just fled in fright, and her autistic mind shrank into a tortoise shell, and she did not notice the departure of the tentacles. But this was only temporary, and Wayne did not have much time to go all out. Hearing Wayne's voice, Mona woke up in an instant, the coldness in her eyes dissipated, and she began to reject the influence of memory fragments. She shook her head, saying that she was fine. You said you were fine, but your face turned black. Wayne slapped Mona on the shoulder, and his tentacles wrapped around her, drawing all the jealousy chapters of the 7 deadly sins in her body into his own body. Hex Unio, Sigma, comma. Who am I, where am I, what happened, how could such a big 7 deadly sins disappear in an instant? Hex Unio returned to the seal, without the 7 deadly sins, and was rejected by Mona again, so he was anxious and helpless. Good news, I just broke through the seal and took a big step forward. Bad news, I can't take back the step I took, and I can't change the channel during the live broadcast in the future. Good fortune never comes alone, and misfortune never comes alone. Hex Unio was horrified to find that there was another trap in the curse of hell. She couldn't dominate Mona, and the control was gradually taken away by the other party. From her awakening herself to Mona awakening the memory of her previous life. Although the result is the same, the two memories are integrated, but the priority is reversed, which is very scary. Unio didn't know what he was thinking of, and he called out desperately, asking Mona to remember to keep herself. It's not too late to stop now, and she must not continue to fall. Halfway through the conversation, Mona pressed the mute button, and swept away the memory with the corner of the wall. Mona was surprised to find that she had taken the initiative. She didn't know why, and guessed that it was related to awakening. She held the broken holy spear of heaven and looked at Wayne with a complicated expression. It's okay, an outdated weapon should have been eliminated long ago. Wayne misunderstood Mona's meaning, and said in passing, asking her not to blame herself, and waved to take out the sword of oath from the portable space and handed it over. It can be seen that you are not used to using a gun, take this sword first. Then what do you use, boss? I use this. Wayne raised one arm and made his palm into a knife. His 5 fingers and palm melted and reorganized, extending a pale sword blade. Seeing this, Mona put away the holy spear and took over the sword of oath used by St. George to slay the dragon. With the artifact in hand, the holy will was overflowing, and the angel golden rule spread out thousands of feet of golden light. Like a warm and shining little Sunday, the holy light penetrated the darkness and injected new hope into this desperate world. The sword of oath in Wayne's hands is completely different from that in the hands of a real reincarnated angel. Boss, the power of the devil is still getting stronger. Mona's eyes were filled with golden light, and the holy light spread on her face, making her look sacred and inviolable. You are in front, I am behind, attack from both sides, and send him back to hell. Wayne's pale face had no facial features, and the big eyeballs in the center of his chest spread out whispers with great polluting power, making the light and darkness approaching him distorted and pale, as if a layer of flesh wall was hung in the air. The darkness invaded from afar, and the Lord of Jealousy looked at Wayne, whose appearance had changed drastically, in surprise. A small character that he did not take seriously actually had the ability to touch him. The Lord of Jealousy touched his face, which was still slightly stinging. He said disdainfully, with the evolution of the void, the magicians in the world are getting more and more crazy. The white light approached at a very fast speed. Mona held the sword of oath in her hand. Her strength was incomparable. A golden light curtain was pulled open from near to far, as if pushing open the barrier of static time and space, and the entire dark abyss was silent. Mona's strength was further improved with the divine equipment in her hand. The Lord of Jealousy secretly felt a headache, but he was not panicked at all. He raised the dark magic sword and responded calmly. At this moment, a big white hand fell from the air. 5 thick tentacles extended in different directions, and 5 pale pillars fell heavily to the ground. The fingertips overlapped and merged, turning into a huge white cage. Mona waved her wings and moved away from the shrinking white cage. The Lord of Jealousy stopped to watch the novel operation with a hint of curiosity. The next second, countless whispers rang in his ears. Follow me. Understand the true meaning of life and evolve with me. You are listening to Novels at Bless Up channel. Wish you happiness and luck. Please subscribe to receive new novels. How do you feel about this novel? Please like and leave a comment. Restarting the Myth. Author, Fengchao Huang. Chapter 339. The True Meaning of Life. The Lord of Jealousy whispered along with the voice in his ear, and then taunted, "Little wizard, how much of the void have you seen, and you dare to claim to be the true meaning of life?" The Lord of Jealousy disdained Wayne's arrogant declaration. Evolution is not that easy. The 7 demon kings have been stuck for so many years, racking their brains and unable to move forward. What qualifications does a human magician have to guide him to evolve? Today he will stand here and not move, and Wayne can't do anything to him. The 7 deadly sins are interlinked, and each demon king has his own arrogance. The Lord of Jealousy disdains to prove himself to Wayne, so he did not stand still. He raised his 5 fingers, and the 7 deadly sins turned into black chains, extending infinitely enlarged, and wrapped around 5 pale flesh pillars, biting and tightening like a venomous snake. The black chain easily corroded the pale epidermis and slowly merged into it. Unbearable. The Lord of Jealousy was even more contemptuous. Just when he was about to spread the pollution and open the eyes of the little wizard to see what evolution was, he was shocked to find that the 7 deadly sins that were integrated into the pale pillars disappeared. It disappeared in an instant, as if it had been swallowed. The Lord of Jealousy looked stern, and then he took a serious look at the human magician who fought hand in hand with the archangel. In terms of the other party's impressive attainments in the void, he was definitely not as simple as the legendary wizard who fell into the void. Demigod. It doesn't look like it? Something strange happened, and the Lord of Jealousy once again suspected that pride had set a trap for him. Out of caution, he no longer used the 7 deadly sins to deal with Wayne. The surging darkness vented with the magic sword, and it was shaped by thinking into giant pythons that devoured energy and matter, opened its snake fangs, and bit the 5 pale pillars that were shrinking rapidly. The 2 sides were deadlocked. The Lord of Jealousy had endless energy, and the pale color also had the momentum to sweep everything. No one had the upper hand in a head-on confrontation. This made the Lord of Jealousy look sideways again and again. From the initial contempt to the current respect, his evaluation of Wayne has been raised again and again. Crash. 5 pillars support the sky and the earth. The dark dome in the sky was covered with paleness at some point. The white raindrops fell and touched the darkness beside the Lord of Jealousy, which was evaporated by the powerful energy. But as the rain became more and more fierce, the white raindrops gradually extinguished the energy protecting the body and touched the body of the Lord of Jealousy. This body was transformed by his thinking, and with powerful thinking, he reorganized energy and matter to build a flesh and blood body. In essence, this is the thinking of the Lord of Jealousy. Paleness descended, and the pollution spread in an instant. The Lord of Jealousy raised one hand, looked at the gradually pale palm, and muttered to himself, surprised and confused, with an extremely complicated expression. This is indeed a possibility of evolution. Although the road ahead is full of dangers and may have been blocked, and if you are not careful, you will fall and die, but there is no doubt that the evolutionary path explored by Wayne is more promising than his. Jealousy. The Lord of Jealousy was filled with jealousy. His eyes turned cold, and he looked up at the sky with murderous aura, cutting off the polluted thoughts and tearing them to pieces with his own hands. A huge dark light shone through his body, blocking the pale approach and refusing the nagging whispers. You are right, but I just don't listen. Compared with the dark goddess who is down to earth and willing to try more possibilities, the Lord of Jealousy is much more arrogant. Seeing the evolutionary path that Wayne enthusiastically displayed, he felt insulted. For a moment, the murderous intention surged. The black crack tore open the pale dome, and the Lord of Jealousy rolled up the boundless darkness to kill out of the pale cage. The dark eyes locked Wayne, and the distance was shortened like teleportation, and the dark magic sword was swept down. The pale sword blocked the dark magic sword, and the aftermath vibrated, passing through the seal of the gate of heaven and affecting the celestial phenomena outside. It caused the black clouds to roll, and countless lightning shuttled back and forth in the clouds. The gloomy sky stirred up vortex clouds and torrents, like an overturned ocean, which could pour down from the sky to the earth at any time. Umbra gradually became unable to support it. Although no one was targeting her, this violent energy was really unstoppable and exceeded the range she could bear in the world. Especially the gradually strong murderous aura, the sense of oppression penetrated into her soul, making her breathing more and more difficult. The scene in front of her changed from color to gray and white, and then to all white, and she felt like she saw heaven. Rumble. In the sky, darkness and paleness intertwined, two sharp blades intertwined and stormy waves, the swords were superimposed layer by layer, the energy was constantly squeezed, and the surrounding space was distorted to make it collapse directly. The dark space crack could not be healed due to the runaway energy. It shrank suddenly only after the two figures left. As the crack shrank, it also wiped out the matter that existed here, crushing it into the purest energy and randomly exiling it to the end of the world. With a clang, the metal and iron clashed. The Lord of Jealousy could not win the battle for a long time, and a fierce look flashed in his eyes. Human, tell me your name. Stupid. Good name. Wayne suffered the consequences of his own actions. His hands turned into sharp blades, and he used dragon-slaying swordsmanship at the same time. When the Lord of Jealousy hastily parried, 4 tentacles sprang out from behind and entangled the Lord of Jealousy's limbs. The Lord of Jealousy smiled contemptuously and suddenly withdrew far away. He was experienced in combat, and the probability of succeeding in a sneak attack in a frontal battle was very small. Buzz buzz buzz. The big eyeballs stared at the Lord of Jealousy fiercely, and the chaotic and disordered whispers made his scalp numb. The sudden outbreak made the Lord of Jealousy's body stiffen for a moment. That's enough. 4 tentacles entangled the limbs of the Lord of Jealousy. Wayne stepped forward and stabbed the Lord of Jealousy's face and chest with 2 sharp blades. Too slow. The Lord of Jealousy had fought 2 battles in a row and was somewhat overwhelmed. Facing the incoming sharp blade, he knew the opponent's pollution ability and was unwilling to let his mind come into direct contact with it. He exploded the energy in his body and made Wayne unable to move. The white light attacked from behind. The Lord of Jealousy heard a hissing sound and looked down to see the blade of the Sword of Oath. Hizaunyo, with your pride, you actually attacked from behind. You are really corrupted. The Lord of Jealousy's mind was burned by the holy flame, and his face was distorted with pain. He suppressed the holy flame that was running wild in his body with the 7 deadly sins. At this moment when his mind was stiff, Wayne captured the opportunity again. The 2 sharp blades crossed and pierced the Lord of Jealousy's face and chest respectively. The golden rule word can be suppressed by the 7 deadly sins, and the pale evolution can also be suppressed by the 7 deadly sins. The Lord of Jealousy fights 1 against 2, showing the style of the devil of hell. If it weren't for the 3 knives and 6 holes, it would be even more domineering. Wayne tightened his tentacles to suppress the resistance of the Lord of Jealousy. The big eyeballs on his chest kept whispering. This may not make the Lord of Jealousy fall into madness, but it is enough to make his mind rigid and unable to maintain the stable output of the 7 deadly sins. At the same time, the 2 sharp blades that penetrated the Lord of Jealousy emerged with tentacles and greedily plundered the 7 deadly sins around them. The intellectual property rights belong to the Lord of Jealousy. It can't be called plundering, it can only be called copying. No matter how much the Book of Greed eats, it can't take away the knowledge that belongs to the Lord of Jealousy. It doesn't matter. The Book of Greed eats it happily, and this is the point. Wayne's smile gradually became hideous, and his pale faceless face wrinkled and squirmed. As he mastered more and more knowledge, his power became stronger and stronger, and his pollution became more and more terrifying. Monster! The Lord of Jealousy clearly sensed Wayne's changes, and thought of the Lord of Gluttony and the Lord of Greed. Judging from his style of accepting everything, Wayne is very similar to these two demons. The Lord of Jealousy's black and black hair turned into countless poisonous snakes, staring at Wayne and Mona from front to back, casting a vicious curse, and when the two were stunned, he broke free from the tentacles and escaped. As soon as he left, he split his polluted mind and crushed it with his own hands, refusing to evolve and not giving Wayne the possibility of obtaining this part of his mind. The Lord of Jealousy's mind was continuously weakened. He did not summon more minds to descend. He sensed the breath of arrogance in the dark, and seriously suspected that today's trap was created by arrogance. His mind suffered a severe blow in the human world, and his power in hell declined. Arrogance took the opportunity to swallow up his territory in hell. The plan was linked together and it was a good plan. But as long as he stops the loss in time, arrogance will not succeed. Having said that, the Lord of Jealousy was somewhat unwilling. Whether he was willing to come to the world or not, he had already come. How could he raise his head in front of arrogance in the future if he returned to hell in such a disgraced state? The Lord of Jealousy was entangled for a while, his eyes locked on the attacking Mona, and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. He waved the dark magic sword and took the initiative to meet it. The dark abyss enveloped him with his thoughts. He attacked continuously and succeeded, and the coldness on his face became more and more fierce. The life in the void was too evil, and he couldn't do anything to the other party for a while, but if he couldn't deal with the sand sculpture, he couldn't deal with the fallen Hexunio. Hexunio, don't you want to awaken? Then give it to you. The Lord of Jealousy's eyes turned into snake pupils, and invisible energy shot down directly. This power was very similar to the 7 deadly sins, but there was a difference. It was not knowledge that ordinary people could understand. Mona's body stagnated. Affected by the memory fragments, she suddenly thought of something and held the sword of oath in front of her. The shadow of the Eye of Judgment descended behind her, and 2 pairs of white wings opened up, and they were arranged above and below the previous 2 wings, totaling 6 wings. The shadow of the Eye of Judgment was composed of a cross and an eyeball pattern. The golden light was rhythmic, the cross light and shadow contracted, and the eyeball in the center emitted another invisible energy wave. The 2 energies collided and did not interfere with each other. Mona hastily responded to the battle and failed to hit the Lord of Jealousy. Instead, she was hit by the curse imposed by the other party. She rejected Hexunio and did not become Hexunio. After all, she was not the archangel who was above many angels. The strange energy entered her body, and Mona's body suddenly became weak. The palm holding the sword of oath turned into a hell-style claw. The change swept through her body and rushed to the 6 wings and the Eye of Judgment. Ha ha ha, Hexunio, I hope you can remember who you are after you fall. Then, I will welcome you in hell. The Lord of Jealousy laughed wildly. He was not in a hurry to leave, and couldn't wait to enjoy the beautiful scenery in front of him. A tentacle wrapped around Mona's waist, tightening and loosening. After leaving, Mona got rid of the mutation and returned to her normal appearance. Soon, the Lord of Jealousy was still laughing. Ha ha ha, ha. Ga. The Lord of Jealousy looked at the changes in front of him with a confused face. It can make a demon king stunned, which shows how much waves the impact has caused in his heart. He swallowed his saliva subconsciously, staring at the attacking double blades, forgetting to resist for a while, and was cut in half by the crossed double blades. Wayne waved his tentacles to knock the lower half of the Lord of Jealousy away, and chopped down with 2 sharp blades, trying to take advantage of the victory to cut off the 2 arms of the Lord of Jealousy. The Lord of Jealousy's body was half suspended in the air, and he raised his sword with both hands to block, saying incredulously, "Shadiao, what on earth are you?" "He tui." Wayne's faceless face cracked, and he opened a pale mouth, spitting out a mouthful of white foam, heading straight for the handsome face of the Lord of Jealousy. The Lord of Jealousy quickly closed his mouth, his body misted and dissipated, and he reassembled not far away. He was extremely afraid of Wayne's ability to pollute, and he would never let the other party continue to pollute his mind. Even if he put aside the pollution, with the pride of the devil of hell, he would not tolerate a mouthful of saliva sprayed on his face. Boom! There was a bang in the distance, and the Lord of Jealousy felt a dull pain in his mind. He looked up and saw Mona burning half of his body into ashes with the eye of judgment, and part of his mind was destroyed. The winning blow was easily resolved by Wayne. The Lord of Jealousy could not find a reason to stay, and secretly thought that it was time to stop the loss in time and return to hell. But if he left now, wouldn't the loss just now be wasted? The sunk cost was too high, and the Lord of Jealousy wanted to leave but didn't want to leave. While thinking, Wayne and Mona surrounded him from front and back and completed the encirclement again. Devil, go to hell! Wayne swung the sharp blade, and the four tentacles danced in disorder. The evil style made the Lord of Jealousy call out to hell, reorganized his mind and reshaped his complete body, raised an abyss with one hand and pushed the surrounding space to the distance. He took this opportunity to get rid of the disadvantageous situation of being sandwiched on both sides, and still chose Mona, the soft persimmon. The violent offensive continued, and his mouth was not idle, all kinds of ridicule and sarcasm. Hizayunyo, your eye of judgment has been found, your divine power, your legion, you didn't forget it in heaven and didn't bring it down. I may not be able to do anything to you today, but I know you are in the world, I will definitely come to you. Wait, I will drag you to hell with my own hands. The black and white swords collided, Mona was expressionless, and the Lord of Jealousy smiled hideously. Two pale sharp blades attacked from behind Mona, and the moment they touched her lower back, the paleness merged into the flesh and blood, extending from her abdomen, and pierced through the chest of the Lord of Jealousy. This was another operation that he had never seen before. The Lord of Jealousy sighed that the void had infinite possibilities. This road was indeed bright, and he couldn't help but feel a little greedy. Wayne stood behind Mona, without retracting the sharp blade, stepped forward, merged with her body, and walked out from in front of her like passing through invisible light and shadow. The Lord of Jealousy stared at Wayne, who was close to his face, and was entangled by the tentacles, and forgot to resist for a moment. Mona attacked from the side, and the sword of oath swept across, close to the shoulder of the Lord of Jealousy, and chopped off the head with flying black hair. Wayne did not chase the head, but tried his best to shrink the tentacles, trying to turn this part of the Lord of Jealousy's thinking into his own shape. The Dark Goddess had already made arrangements, and there was no reason to let the Lord of Hell go. Otherwise, if it was spread out, it would be a small matter to favor Hell, and it would be a big matter to say that he valued women over men and only showed mercy to women. It would affect his reputation, and those who didn't know would think he was a pervert. Boom! A huge mushroom cloud swelled up, and the soaring black light engulfed Wayne's body. Mona raised the sword of oath to parry, but was overturned by the violent airflow. The Lord of Jealousy is undoubtedly a ruthless character. He will not give Wayne the possibility of contaminating himself, not even 1 in 10,000. The current thought cannot be preserved, and it is directly blasted. The dark mushroom cloud suddenly exploded, like the portal of the abyss was forcibly torn apart, releasing endless darkness and destruction. The black light swept out like a sharp sword, and everything was swallowed up by this black light and turned into nothingness wherever it went. Umra tried his best to maintain the 6 gates of heaven, trying to control the power of the explosion within the barrier. The idea was good, but the ability was insufficient. Watching the darkness expand, the hexahedron was propped up into a sphere, and the gates of heaven collectively deformed. In the creaking sound, all the white chains collapsed. Umra knew that he could not stop it, so he decisively destroyed the gate of heaven at the top of the hexahedron. The pent-up energy had a direction to vent, rumbling into the sky, tearing apart the black cloud vortex, extinguishing thunder and lightning, shattering the space, and dyeing the entire sky in black. The smell of scorched earth in hell spread rapidly, and the dry air lost its vitality and left only dead silence. Insisted and insisted until the last bit of strength was squeezed out, and she had no choice but to return to heaven. Her persistence was not without effect. At least she saved the nun of the Holy Spirit body who came to the world. The clergy around her were not so lucky. In the previous second, she knelt on the ground and recited the Psalms in the Bible devoutly. In the next second, there was a loud rumbling in her ears and a buzzing in her head. One by one, they all closed their mouths and bled, rolled their eyes and fell to the ground. The holy light barrier was shattered by the black light. In the center of the explosion, the sky was a fragmented space, twisted and collapsed, and the earth was penetrated by darkness, deep and bottomless. In the sky and on the ground, the air was filled with the smell of burning and death. Except for Mona waving her 6 wings and a lonely head, there was no other figure. Mona frowned, sensing the existence of the contract, but couldn't find where Wayne was, and was anxious for a while. Hexeunio, what is your relationship with him? The head of the Lord of Jealousy floated in the air, and all his limbs below the neck were amputated. He forgot about stopping the loss in time and forgot it completely. Thinking about the scene of Wayne passing through Hexeunio just now, he couldn't help but be curious, suspicious, too suspicious. This kind of trust from the heart is definitely not as simple as that of an ordinary comrade. The Lord of Jealousy knew very well how arrogant Hexeunio was, and it was impossible for him to trust a human so much, but she did it anyway. There is something going on here. The Lord of Jealousy had a strange look on his face, and said doubtfully, your awakening is not complete yet. Before awakening, you and Shasheo. It's a bit possible, but it shouldn't be that outrageous. He strongly suspected that he was overthinking. The darkness in his eyes surged, and 2 spots of fishy yellow appeared. At first glance, he detected 2 auras on Mona, one was the pure self, and the other was, the smell of Shasheo. This is being poked. Ha ha ha. The Lord of Jealousy laughed so hard at this discovery that tears flowed down. Mona was furious, holding the sword of oath in her hand and killing in front of the laughing head. The white sword wrapped the golden rule of the holy will, and the terrifying killing intent faintly attracted a sea of blood. The Lord of Jealousy screamed and dissipated, and returned to normal after reorganization. At this time, he was extremely pale due to the intense consumption of his mind, and he lost the possibility of defeating Mona, but he was not sad at all. He bent over, raised his hand and patted his thigh, and laughed so hard that his waist couldn't stand up straight. Hexeunio, I thought of all possibilities, but I didn't expect you to degenerate, ha ha ha. But it's not your fault. After reincarnation, you lost your memory. As a human, you yearn for beautiful love, puff. The Lord of Jealousy laughed for a long time every time he said a word. He did not resist Mona's murderous attack. In order to make himself laugh for a while, he even sacrificed the power of hell and dragged a part of his thoughts to the world. Even if hell is destroyed today, he should laugh. Looking forward to love is good, haha, after all, it is a feeling that you angels don't have. However, your identity in the world should be a pure nun. What on earth made you so crazy that you yearn for the opposite sex? Say it earlier, hell is not short of mighty and majestic demons. If you say it earlier, everyone is willing to help you. The Lord of Jealousy was chopped into pieces, and the fragments of his thoughts were burned one by the eye of judgment until he was tired of laughing, and then he slowly dissipated, sending the few remaining thoughts back to hell. I made a lot of money today. It was confirmed that it was not the conspiracy of the Lord of Arrogance. With this kind of fun, Arrogance would only eat it alone and hide away to enjoy it secretly, and would never share it with everyone. Arrogance would not, but he would go back to hell and tell all the devils that Hexeunio, one of the 4 archangels, was addicted to love after coming to the world. She was corrupted and no longer pure and inviolable. She has been violated. Ha ha ha. After the Lord of Jealousy disappeared, Mona drew her sword and looked around in confusion. Her inner pride made her feel deeply ashamed of her situation, but then she thought about it and it was not unacceptable. Hexunyo is Hexunyo, Mona is Mona, Hexunyo is corrupted and no longer pure, what does it have to do with her Mona? Hiss hiss hiss. In the air, a strange pale mist slowly gathered, condensed into a little bit of white meat foam, and finally gathered into the figure of the pale knight. Wayne floated in the air, looking at Mona's back without saying a word. These 6 wings and the Eye of Judgment were clearly the evidence that Mona listed when she was looking for the reincarnated angel. If he still believed that Mona was an ordinary human nun and that she evolved because of the blood of St. George, he would be a fool. So, he accidentally shot Hexunyo, one of the 4 archangels? It was more than just shooting, it was simply bombardment. The ridges on the edge of the field that controlled the flow during the drought and flood seasons were manually plowed several times. Boss. Mona flapped her wings and came to Wayne, handed over the sword of oath, and saw that Wayne looked strange, opened her mouth, and said dryly, "Master, I said I am still Mona, do you believe it?" Wayne hesitated slightly, and was a little bit unconvinced. "Master, I can prove it." "How to prove it?" Wayne immediately became alert. In order to prevent the other party from testing, he took the sword of oath first, then clenched his fist and coughed twice, emphasizing, "Let me make it clear first, the relationship between Mona and me is very pure, you can't be timid if you want to prove yourself." "As expected of you, you are really brave." Mona rolled her eyes at Wayne, looked around, and pointed to the grove in the distance where she could prove it. What's wrong, is it not okay? I have a reasonable request, you must always wear wings when you prove it, 6 wings." Mona's eyes twitched slightly, she knew everything about him, but it didn't matter, the key was Hexunyo, and wings were the other party's last purity. "What are you arguing about? You are still arguing, right? This makes you impure." Restarting the Myth. Author, Fengchao Huang. Chapter 340. Small Woods. Russell.jpg. Wayne walked out of the small woods with his belt in hand, and next to him was Mona with an expressionless face. After field investigation, Mona was still Mona, and the secretary was still the same secretary. There was nothing much to say about the specific process. The conversation was elegant, the streets were lined with welcome, the situation was out of control, and the matter was settled peacefully. Although Wayne did not understand angels, he was sure that Hexunyo, one of the 4 archangels, could not do these things. Some small episodes happened in the middle. Hexunyo had no way to retreat. He could not bear to see these absurd things Mona did, and reprimanded her in harsh words, talking about honor, dignity, holiness, and so on. Mona was annoyed and simply gave up her seat and went to watch from the side. It didn't take long, about 2 minutes, and then Hexunyo became honest. There is no such thing as devils and angels being irreconcilable. The most cruel to their own people is always their own people. Mona didn't say anything about this, and it's not clear whether Wayne has discovered any clues. All we know is that Wayne worked very hard in these 2 minutes. "Mona, there are 7 reincarnated angels in total. The Papal States has found 7. One of these 7 is a fake. I'm sure you know who it is." Wayne patted his butt and prepared to expose the fake reincarnated angel. "Boss, do you suspect Kerr?" "How is that possible? With his weird aesthetics, I would believe that he awakened his memory of heaven at the age of 3, Wayne complained. "Since it's not Kerr, then there's no one." Mona analyzed. On the surface, heaven sent 7 angels to the world, and secretly there is another one who hides his identity and will not be easily exposed until the end, so it's normal that there are 8 of the 7 reincarnated angels. "That makes sense, I was almost convinced by you." Wayne rolled his eyes. "Is there a possibility that I am the fake reincarnated angel?" Mona shook her head, and Wayne didn't force it, and continued, "Do you want me to break the contract and notify the Papal States of this matter?" Mona still shook her head and talked about the importance of the contract. Without this contract, not only would Wayne lose his well-behaved and capable secretary, but she would also gradually lose herself. Notifying the Papal States is even more unnecessary. Mona blinked her eyes. If Wayne didn't feel wronged, she hoped that Wayne would cover her as a reincarnated angel, which would definitely work at a critical moment. "Okay, I don't need this black pot anyway." Wayne shrugged, not minding helping Mona cover up, and asked about the mission of the 7 reincarnated angels to come to the world. 7 angels were reincarnated at a time, and there was also a high-level angel who was one of the 4 archangels. Especially the number 7, which just corresponds to the 7 demon kings of hell. If it is a coincidence, Wayne would definitely not believe it. "Tell me, the 7 of you came to the world. Is heaven preparing to launch a series of activities such as cracking down on pornography and gangs in hell?" "Boss, the memory fragments I got are very limited, most of which are related to fighting. It is not clear what the mission is for coming to the world." Mona couldn't answer. She could ask Hexiunio, but the latter ignored her and thought she was dirty and impure. "Is that guy so difficult to deal with?" "Not very difficult, boss. I have a plan." "I guess this plan must be very passionate." Wayne grinned. The cold wind was whistling, and he had a little toothache. While doing things, Mona talked about her relationship with Hexiunio, and the situation of the 2 memory personalities competing for the main position. Hexiunio fell into a disadvantage for unknown reasons, perhaps related to the curse of hell, and the situation was extremely bleak. Hexiunio is at a disadvantage in the battle for dominance, but she will not disappear, and her huge memory will continue to interfere with and affect Mona until Mona accepts all the memories, and the 2 will be completely integrated. At that time, Hexiunio will change her name to Mona and take back all the power of the Archangel. Although Mona will undergo irreversible changes due to the influence of memories, such as her thinking, personality, and behavior, she will gradually move away from her original self and lean towards Hexiunio a little bit, but this is already the best result. At least she is still herself, and she still exists. No one wants to become another person and let another person be reborn in their body. Mona hates Hexiunio very much. Facing the Archangel she once admired and revered, she now wants to drag him down with her when she gets the chance. Mona regards this as the best way to maintain herself, which is simple, crude and effective. Wayne knows all this. He wants to persuade Mona to respect the Archangel, but he feels it is unnecessary when he opens his mouth. Who is Hexiunio? He is not familiar with him. He only cares about his secretary. Thinking of this, Wayne gave Mona a look. In order to understand the reason why the angel came to the world, in order to better go to hell to crack down on pornography and gangs, Mona's plan can be implemented, and what does it matter if he suffers a little grievance? Mona nodded and felt that it was reasonable. For justice, for heaven, and to protect world peace, she advised Hexiunio to give up that pure heart and fall early. No, just cooperate and tell the truth. The 2 of them exchanged glances, and the Archangel was sold. Mona had no guilt, and Wayne had no guilt either. They all saw that the leader of this deal was the Pope, and the executor was Archbishop Gunther of St. Paul's Cathedral. The entire Heavenly Father Church was involved from top to bottom. Therefore, it is necessary to conceal Mona's identity as a reincarnated angel. Once the matter is exposed, the Heavenly Father Church will be wiped out from top to bottom. Especially for teaching pornography, he should be put on the grill. He was the one who gave Mona the cross uniform, and he was the one who led Mona to fall. After a wave of operations, the Archangel lost his purity, and if it spread to hell, the 7 demons would laugh to death. This is not the spokesperson of heaven on earth, but an undercover planted by hell in the Father Church. Wait a minute, is he really an undercover, Wayne came to the edge of the barrier and saw a group of clergymen who fell to the ground. Angel's power was exhausted and returned to heaven, leaving behind the flat nun with the Holy Spirit constitution, breathing evenly, frowning and sleeping soundly. Wayne despised the poor and loved the rich, and stopped caring after confirming that the person was fine. Among the rest of the clergy, Archbishop Hodgson was the most conspicuous. Wayne looked at this traitor and considered whether to kill him. "Boss, who do you say is the undercover?" Mona asked curiously. "The Pope." Wayne counted his fingers and said the reason. As a victim, Mona nodded repeatedly when she heard it. "Don't say it, really don't say it, this series of operations is too coincidental. Whether the Pope is intentional or unintentional, he has an unshirkable responsibility. This is the Archangel. Ordinary clergy cannot bear such a big pot. Gunther can't do it. Only the Pope has this qualification. Even if it is an unintentional mistake, he can only be wronged." Mona couldn't help but nod. You can imagine what kind of psychological state Hexeunio is in. Knowing that the filth inside and outside is caused by the Pope, he was so angry that he cursed and vowed to make the other party pay the price. "This guy." Wayne stared at Hodgson for a while, put his 5 fingers together and pressed down fiercely, indicating Mona to kill him. "Boss, he is already your man. It is because he is already my man that he should be killed. I can't tolerate a grain of sand in my eyes." Hodgson took the initiative to surrender to the devil of hell and participated in the plan to open the gate of hell. He was also one of the key executors. Once the plan succeeds, the entire Republic of Ireland will be used for sacrifice by the evil god. The result, just thinking about it makes Wayne's scalp numb. If Hodgson had been a minion of the devil from the beginning, Wayne would have praised him for his loyalty, but he was the Archbishop of St. Patrick's Cathedral, the head of the Heavenly Father Church in the Republic of Ireland, and traitors should be punished even more severely wherever they were. Hodgson must die, and Wayne would not let him go just because he became his dependent. People have to pay the price for their actions, and it is useless to hug the thigh. Hodgson's betrayal has been reported to the Papal States. He once led the independence of the Republic of Ireland and was a great contributor to the Heavenly Father Church's suppression of the Windsor monarchy. With this layer of merit, he will not be executed immediately, but will be taken back to the Papal States to slowly process and see if there is any other useful information. The basement of the Papal States is well known, and Wayne is worried that he will find out the truth about the evolution of the void, so he decides to kill him now. Angels and demons fight, and the traitor Archbishop dies violently. How pleasant it sounds. Wayne insisted on killing Hodgson, and Mona took action personally, using the identity of the Archangel to execute the traitor with holy fire. After the fire was finished, water was used to wash the floor, and the residue was wiped away. Wayne poked his head out. JPG. According to his study of the Bible, the 4 archangels represent earth, fire, water, and wind respectively. Hexeunio is in charge of water. Mona, as the reincarnation of Hexeunio, is quite smooth, and her abilities related to water have never been seen. There is great potential and a lot of room for exploration. In the blink of an eye, the secretary transformed from a silver wizard with mediocre magic talent into an archangel, and her future achievements are limitless. The greater Mona's potential, the greater the pressure on Wayne. Not wanting to be outdone by the secretary, he decided to speed up the process and immediately look for the resources provided by the Dark Goddess to take his evolutionary foundation to a higher level. St. Patrick's Cathedral. The clergy returned crookedly. The gods fought, and the mortals suffered. Now their heads are buzzing. Archbishop Hodgson was executed by an angel for helping the devil in the battle. Traitors die, so there is nothing to be sad about. However, the country cannot live without the Landau family, and the cathedral cannot live without the archbishop. Several white-bearded old men looked at Wayne eagerly, hoping that the envoy of the Papal States would come out to preside over the situation. Wayne was so busy that he had no time to accompany them to set fire to the warehouse. He named 70%, and then closed his eyes and pointed at a white-bearded old man, asking him to temporarily take over the position of archbishop. Although he closed his eyes, this hand was not randomly pointed at. No matter how ridiculous the leader's selection of people is, there are also reasons. For example, the leader did not remember the name of this white-bearded old man. It was not important, he only knew that he was devout in his faith and he paid the most money when buying indulgences. The next day, the black car left the cathedral and headed straight for the next target. The dark goddess provided Wayne with two benefits. One was on the way on horseback. Anastasia contacted the headquarters of the Dark Church, that is, her father the Pope, and brought the treasure to London in the name of the Dark Oracle. The other one needed Wayne to get it himself. The location was in Windsor, the burial place of the former Dark Knight, and the ancient ruins where Austen found the Twilight Despair. Wayne got the address from Austen and was planning to get it. It just happened to take this trip to get it done together. It didn't take much detour, it was on the way. In the back seat, Wayne was looking at the map, and Chris was sleeping on his shoulder next to him. Last night. The plot was quite entangled. In short, the most terrifying choice for adults is that both opposing results are right. Children want everything because they are greedy, and adults want everything because they have no choice. Wayne was also very aggrieved. Chris was trapped in love and leaned on Wayne's shoulder to catch up on sleep. Wayne put down the map and glanced at Chris. The Holy Grail can activate the divine blood. Although it is quick to flush without the law, it is safe and easy. How to operate it is still a difficult problem at the moment. He will study it slowly when he returns to London. The ruins are located at the junction of the Republic of Ireland and Northern Ireland. It is in the wilderness, with no village in front and no shop behind. It is so remote that you can't even see a ghost. There are no people, let alone roads. The fact that Austen can find this place and lead out of the Twilight Despair shows how much he wanted to improve at that time. Wayne asked Mona to stay in the car to take care of Chris. He has a fast pace and can go back and forth without delaying much time. With the detailed address provided by Austen, Wayne followed the reference and arrived at the entrance of the ruins in less than half an hour. The ruins were dilapidated, and the walls had been weathered for a long time. The collapse and weathering had lost their former grandeur. Only from a high place could one overlook an ancient city with a considerable area. The weeds were thick, and the cold wind blew from all directions, carrying the unique breath of the wilderness, brushing across the stone walls of the ruins, making a rustling sound. Wayne went deep into the ruins and saw some carvings and patterns on the walls covered with dead branches and leaves, which were blurred and difficult to see. The clearest place was carved with a picture of a sacrifice. Under the leadership of the high priest, the believers knelt around the altar and worshipped the sky, raising their hands to pray for the arrival of the gods. The clouds in the sky were thick, and two huge eyes looked at the sacrificial site below. The very ancient belief and worship did not correspond to the mainstream belief on the current God-chosen continent, and it was not any god that Wayne knew. Another god who sank into the long river of history. Wayne closed his eyes, his mind dispersed, looking for the entrance to the ruins that Austen mentioned. His body melted into white foam and merged into the ground along the cracks of the ruins. The clothes and shoes on his body were reshaped by his mind and could be broken up and reassembled at any time. He really took off his clothes in 1 second and strictly managed his time. More than 10 meters underground, the dark corridor led to the depths of the underground. The white foam reassembled into a tentacle monster, climbing the wall and moving forward at an astonishing speed. Wayne walked around the underground ruins and checked it all inside and out. There were hundreds of rooms of different sizes. It was large but not too big. Many warehouses were used to store supplies. It looked like an underground shelter. At the end of the corridor, dozens of stone walls were violently chiseled through. Wayne returned to his human form and raised his hand to brush over the broken stone door. He speculated that these dozens of stone walls were broken in an instant and were broken in one breath. He made a fist gesture and roughly understood the situation at that time. Obviously, Austin couldn't do this. Megan might be able to, but with Austin's caution, he would not allow Megan to do so in case the ruins retain magic traps. So, before Austin came to the ruins, someone got there first. Wayne was skilled and bold, and he passed through dozens of stone doors to the deepest level of the ruins. This underground space was dark and wide, and the whole was a semi-spherical fortress. The walls were engraved with dense magic arrays, which were all invalidated due to violent destruction. Wayne raised his hand and snapped his fingers, and the fire element turned into fireflies flying around, illuminating the entire fortress. Nothing. He sensed with his mind and found an abnormality in the corner of the wall. A broken stone statue was smashed to pieces by violence, and the bricks and stones below were refurbished. Wayne was doing two things at once, and his mind reassembled the stone statue, restoring it to its original appearance like a puzzle. He also dug out the skeleton below. As far as the skeleton was concerned, it should be a woman. Dense darkness. Wayne looked at the skeleton and guessed that she was the previous Dark Knight, who entered this place under the Oracle, and then Wayne's eyes moved to the statue. The long robe covered her whole body, and a beautiful outline could be vaguely seen. She should also be a goddess. In the War of Faith, many gods fell, but this goddess did not die for a while, and she slept here for a long time. When the Dark Knight arrived, the two of them clashed and both died. The Dark Goddess led Austin to this place. The latter got the Twilight desperate state, buried the bones of the previous night, and got the director's favorite evil training dark game. Because Anastasia was too perfect, her appearance, temperament, and character were impeccable, which raised Wayne's score for the Dark Church, so he didn't hate the Dark Church. There were also the group of dark elves stationed on the frozen continent. Among the 5 churches, only the Dark Church adhered to the task of sealing, and the other churches were afraid to avoid it. The Death Church ran the fastest, and even the chosen Knights of God didn't care. Maybe there is another hidden story, but based on what Wayne has seen and heard, the Dark Church has made the greatest contribution, sacrificed the most, and performed the best among its peers. When it came to the Dark Church's biggest boss, the Dark Goddess, Wayne's evaluation took a sharp turn for the worse. This old woman is not a good thing. Whether it was the Dark Goddess selling Anastasia without a second thought, or her ordering the Dark Messenger to ripen Austin, it was difficult for Wayne to have a good impression of her. Sealing the Dark Goddess's thoughts and making her turn into her own shape was somewhat a revenge. The grudge between Sci-fi and Veronica, regardless of whether they were injured or not, Wayne wrote it down. First, use this part of thinking to get back some interest, and wait for 30 years to the west of the Tame River. The interest will be compounded, and the Dark Goddess will pay all the debts owed. Wayne snorted twice, waved his hand and sent the skeleton to the portable space. Putting aside the Dark Goddess, he had a very good sense of the Dark Church. For Anastasia's sake, he collected the body of the former Dark Knight and took it to the West District Cemetery for a good burial. It turns out that the God's chosen knights will also die. I thought they were so strong, with a per capita demigod combat power, they could walk sideways on the God's chosen continent. Wayne looked at the unknown statue, and his mind spread out again, looking for treasures around. He had guessed what the resources in the Dark Goddess mouth were. If the material was correct, it should be similar to the obelisk, representing the inheritance of a god. Good stuff, very suitable for the physique of the Book of Greed. Wayne searched for a long time but found nothing. His thoughts went deep into the underground of the statue but found nothing. He changed his mind and looked up. Since there was nothing under his feet, he could only look up. A gleam of light flashed in Wayne's eyes, and his body turned into white foam and melted. The rumbling pale color swept down, and the waves were higher than one wave. In less than a moment, it filled the entire underground fortress. The violently destroyed magic array on the wall was repaired by Wayne. He injected magic power to light up the array and awakened this ancient relic that had been sleeping for thousands of years. An incalculable number of magic arrays flashed in the sky. Wayne regained his human form and looked up. He suddenly felt like he was standing on the ground and looking up at the sky. The sky was full of stars and endless, and he felt a sense of insignificance and humble reverence. Even his knees softened. Playing tricks. Wayne snorted coldly, his legs straight. He had never kneeled before a living goddess, let alone a dead goddess, unless the other party lay down with her back to him first. The sky was full of stars, the halo was wispy, the ribbons were dancing, and a cloud palace was projected in the midst of the beauty. In the depths of the sea of clouds, the magnificent palace stood tall and majestic, emitting charming brilliance, and the faint clouds obscured the haziness, making it impossible to see the true appearance. There were constant strange phenomena in the sky, and natural disasters such as lightning, rainstorms, and hurricanes flashed one after another. After the figure of the entire palace disappeared, a pair of eyes opened in the depths of the clouds. These purple eyes carried infinite magic power, surrounded by arcs, solemn, looking down at Wayne from a high place, without a trace of emotional fluctuations in their eyes. But there were fluctuations in thinking. Wayne clearly sensed that a thought was awakening, and with it, a spatial fluctuation was revealed in the air, and there was another world hidden behind the clouds. The eyes flashed a round of light, and seeing the reshaped statue beside Wayne, they seemed to smile with relief. The clouds shook, thunder exploded, and a majestic female voice was heard. "Dear visitor, I am the atmosphere manipulator, the goddess of the sky. Tell me your name and you will gain the power of God and walk the earth on my behalf." Bruce. Wayne reported his common pseudonym. The real name is impossible. God knows what these ancient beings will do with his name. For example, will the jealous Lord of Hell be jealous of him for shooting the archangel and return to hell to curse the sand sculpture in anger? It is not impossible. Le.jpg. Bruce. The goddess of the sky slowly read the name, a wisp of thought spread out, and a hurricane air mass spun around Wayne. Let go of your mind and welcome the new divine power. From now on, you will be my knight in the world, controlling the atmosphere and controlling thunder. Wayne raised his eyebrows and realized that the strong but weak thoughts were circling around him. Thinking of the former Dark Knight who died, he probably understood something. Since the goddess wants to come in, then I will fulfill your wish, but I have to say it in advance. Don't think about running after you come in. Goddess, come on, I'm ready. Wayne raised his hands, closed his eyes, and looked extremely excited. The thoughts of the sky goddess could not wait to flow into Wayne's body. She was too weak. First, she was seriously injured in the War of Gods, and then she was hit hard again by the former Dark Knight. The already bad situation was made worse. She urgently needed a fresh body to carry her thoughts. At this time, it didn't matter whether it was a man or a woman. She had to survive first. Only by surviving could she be picky. 3 seconds later, the goddess screamed, and the remaining thoughts instantly cut off the connection, and fled back to her nest along the space fluctuations to lick her wounds. Since you are here, why are you in a hurry to leave? Chat with me for a while. Wayne laughed heartily, and the upper half of his body with his hands raised turned into white foam, rushing straight into the world behind the space fluctuations. He. Sky Goddess, I'm coming in.